Hello, and welcome to the Wastelands, where everybody is a little mad, and we're all just dying to get to our next adventure. Having concluded last time the tour of our lovely bunker, I have decided to continue the story of Dragon Age with Dragon Age 2. Maybe I should have asked first. Do I need to load anything in order to get my previous playthrough in? Okay. Well, let's give it a try. The first question I should ask is, what am I gonna play? A mage? A warrior? Or a rogue? I don't know if I'm gonna be. I don't know. That is the issue. I think I'm gonna stay in team. Oh? What's the hint? Well, with that, and with the information I do know, I think I'll play a mage. But, I'm thinking of playing a female mage, since I'm not playing dark anyway. Because here's the thing. Because it is a difficult time for mages, and considering the other elements that I know that we've talked about, I don't want to put someone else through the strain of dealing with hatred against mages. Which is why I'd prefer to play a mage myself and take that hate on me, instead of letting someone else suffer for it. So I am going to go with a female mage. Okay, what is going on? Also, I can't really seem to load up save data. Could you double check if I did something wrong, Shady?
I've had gentler invitations.
I am Cassandra Pentagust, Seeker of the Chantry.
And just, what are you seeking?
The champion.
They've really smoothed out the
You know exactly
visuals.
why I'm here. Time to start talking, dwarf. They tell me you're good at it.
What do you want to know?
Everything. Start at the beginning.
It really looks smooth. I am happy with the upgrades they did. Like, the way it's playing now, I don't want any mods. It looks beautiful already. Then again, it is cutscene, so... Yo, that's pretty lit.
Scouts. We will have to fight them sooner or later.
Then we make our stand here. Prepare yourself. Looks like fun.
Do I have no skills?
Be ready!
Also, holy crap, that combat is smooth. Hey, Vic. Oh my god, I love this combat. Now a mage actually looks impressive. Yes! Yes it is! I fucking love this! Ooh, I got an ability. Oh my god! I fucking love this new combat system.
We can't keep this up forever.
Neither can they.
Perhaps we'll be lucky, and they'll run out of darkspawn.
Here they come. Shall I give them a taste of my blade?
I'll deal with
Allow
it.
me.
I will say, I am going to say, playing through this game, it's going to be less choices of Dark and more my choices. Yeah. I like the middle one. Oh my god, dudes. Oh my god. I fucking love this so far. I'm really enjoying this.
Bullshit. That's not what really happened.
Does that not match the story you've heard, Seeker?
I'm not interested in stories. I came to hear the truth.
What makes you think I know the truth?
Don't lie to me! You knew her even before she became the champion.
Even if I did, I don't know where she is now.
Do you have any idea what's at stake here?
Let me guess. Your precious chantries fall into pieces and put the entire world on the brink of war. And you need the one person who could help you put it back together.
The champion was at the heart of it when it all began. If you can't point me to her, tell me everything you know.
You aren't worried I'll just make it up as I go?
Not at all.
You'll need to hear the whole story.
Okay. Ah, I see. Okay. I was really worried that I fucked something up. Anyway. Also, is it just me or does she look like Morrigan? Like this? To be fair, I kinda don't want to change it. I kinda like this look. But let me see what I can make. Oh, because Teeds is implying that Vic is not good at making characters. Oh my god.
magic, motherfucker.
I mean, kinda. But yeah, just by the choices of hair and such, I think I'm just gonna stick with the default one. Kinda like that look. Okay, so that is imported. And I guess we're ready to begin. Should I play on hard already is the question. Or should I still stick to normal? Well, I might stick to normal for now, so that I can get a feeling for the new combat speed. That's also fair. You know what? I'm gonna live up to Teeds' expectation. I had to do it for the first one so I could get used to the game. But no more kitty gloves. I gotta do it. I am going to suck. But at least I'll
The Blight?
At least I'll amuse you with my noobishness.
Dark spawn poured out of the wilds, clashing against the army at the ruins of Ostagar. The battle was a disaster. King Kalen died on the field with his men, betrayed by his most trusted general. Unopposed, the Horde marched on the village of Lothering. The village burned, and many innocents were slaughtered. The champion's family barely escaped in time.
I think that's all of them.
For the moment, make us save us. We've lost it all. Everything your father and I built.
I know how much Lothering meant to you, but we have to move.
Yes. You're right.
We should have run sooner. Why did we wait so long?
Why are you looking at me? I've been running since Ostagar.
Speaking of running...
Not to interrupt, but the Blight's not going to wait while we stand here pointing fingers.
Please, listen to your sister.
Then let's go. Lead on.
Excuse me? What the hell am I getting? Oh. Whew. Oof. It's alright. Oh, yeah, I just saw the quest. I just saw it. I'm sorry, Shady. Well done. I've got a Mabari. Okay, I'm also going to say, and this is just me being silly, but I am glad I chose the mage. Because while I am curious to see how the other side of the story is gonna go, I would hate to play with someone called Bethany. That sounds like such a... like the name of a really douchey or bitchy person. Oh my god, Bethany! I can't help it. It's like, Bethany is like a young Karen. If it was Pokemon, it would be like Bethany, Karen. What is my dog's name? Dog. Fair.
Can't we talk about this? No.
Am I already level up? I'm already level up. I have a lot of Art of War. The daughter of Malcolm Hawke and Leandra Amal, Rose has lived in many places throughout Ferelden. Her father was a mage, and his gifts were passed on to both Rose and Bethany, Malcolm's younger daughter. Malcolm refused to submit himself to the Chantry's rule. He kept his abilities a secret and taught his daughters to do the same. Therefore, the family was constantly on the move to avoid Templar hunters. 10 years ago, the family settled in the village of Lothering, building a home on the outskirts and making a life where they wouldn't forever be on the run. Though Leandra worried constantly that the Templars would one day catch up with them, Malcolm's teachings were sufficient to keep them safe. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I really do like the upgrade on the graphics. The game looks really cool. I can't wait to see the third one. But let's first start by playing through this one. He died 3 years ago, leaving Rose responsible for the welfare of her mother and younger siblings. When the Blight began, Carver enlisted in King Kaelin's regiment, saying the horde spilling from the Korcari wilds would mean their home would be quickly overrun if the Darkspawn were not defeated immediately. Rose remained in Lothering to safeguard the family. Carver appeared on their doorstep almost a month later, exhausted and injured. King Kaelin had been betrayed and slain in Ostagar, and the horde was advancing on Lothering. Though Rose and the others were making plans to leave, they fled their home before they were fully prepared, and it may still be too late. Those who sought to claim heaven by violence destroyed it. What was golden and pure turned black. Those who had once been mage lords, the brightest of their age, were no longer men, but monsters. Sin was the midwife that ushered the Darkspawn into the world. The Magisters fell from the Golden City, and their fate encompassed all our worlds, for they were not alone. No one knows where the Darkspawn came from. A dark mockery of men, in the darkest place they thrive, growing in numbers as a plague of locusts will. In raids they will often take captives, dragging their victims alive into the deep roads, but most evidence suggests that these are eaten. Like spiders, it seems Darkspawn prefer their food still breeding. Perhaps they are simply spawned by the darkness. Certainly, we know that evil has no trouble perpetuating itself. The last Blight was in the Age of Towers, striking once again at the heart of the winter, spreading south into Orlais and east into the Free Marches. The plague spread as far as Ferelden, but the withering and twisting of the land stopped well beyond our borders. Here, Darkspawn have never been more than the stuff of legends. In the northern lands, however, particularly Tevinter and the Underfells, they say Darkspawn haunt the hinterlands, preying on outlying farmers and isolated villages, a constant threat. Hurlock. Taller than their Genlock cousins, the Hurlock are roughly of human size, but are possessed of considerable strength and constitution. The shock troop of the Darkspawn, a single berserking Hurlock can often be a match for numerous opponents at once. They are known to adorn themselves in roughly carved tattoos to keep track of their kills and deeds, though it is unknown whether or not there is a uniform standard to these markings. Dogs are an essential part of Ferelden culture, and no dog is more prized than the Mabari. The breed is as old as myth, said to have been bred from the wolves who served Dane. Prized for their intelligence and loyalty, these dogs are more than mere weapons or status symbols. The hounds choose their masters and pair with them for life. To be a master of a Mabari anywhere in Ferelden is to be recognized instantly as a person of worth. The Mabari are an essential part of Ferelden military strategy. Trained hounds can easily pull knights from horseback or break lines of pikemen, and the sight and sounds of a wave of war dogs howling and snarling has been known to cause panic upon even the most hardened infantry soldiers. How much magic? How much magic does she have? Attributes. Oh, she has 13 magic. Entropy, primal, elemental, spirit, creation. Chain lightning. By the way, Shady, out of curiosity, because I might have already leveled up wrong, is there charisma in this game? Things that I need to convince people? Okay, I do know how to do that. Ooh, that looks like a dope stuff. I figured, I just didn't find it. But I'll probably put my cursor up that high first.
Wait, where are we going?
Away from the Darkspawn, where else?
And then where? We can't just wander aimlessly.
We have to stay together.
Wherever we go, what's important is that we don't separate.
We can go to Kirkwall.
Well, that wouldn't be my first choice.
There's a lot of Templars in Kirkwall, Mother. I know that. But we still have family there. And an estate. Then we need to get to Guarin and take ship.
If we survive that long, I'll just be happy to get out of here.
And here we go again.
Oh my god.
You will not have him! They will not have you. Not while I breathe.
Stop squirming, Wesley. You'll make it worse.
Apostate, keep your distance.
Well, the Maker has a sense of humor. Darkspawn and now a Templar. I thought they all abandoned Lothering.
The Spawn are clear in their intent, but a mage is always unknown. The Order dictates.
Wesley.
The Order dictates.
Dear, they saved us. The Maker understands.
Of course.
I am Aveline Valette. This is my husband, Sir Wesley. We can hate each other when we're safe from the Horde.
Why are you out here?
A strange time to be hunting apostates. His fellows left with the Chantry priests.
I was traveling to Denerim on business for the Order, but I had to turn south when I heard of Ostagar.
Bad luck and judgment brought us together here before the attack.
The nice Templar has been convinced to postpone his hunt for illegal mages. So let's not dwell upon it, shall we?
Wise girl.
He's gentle for a mage hunter.
The wrath of the Templars is terrible indeed.
More so their wives. But as long as there is a greater danger, you and I have an accord.
Thank you, Wesley. For now, we move with you. North is cut off. We barely escaped the main body of the Horde.
Then we're trapped. The wilds are to the south, that's no way out.
If the options are south or die, I'll take my chances with south.
He's going to be a pain in the ass, isn't he? An honest answer regarding apostates. A mage who does not receive the teachings of the Circle and who does not have the words of Andraste in her heart is an apostate. Yeah, it's starting to look like that. And a danger to us all. Without the guidance of the Holy Chantry, a mage may foolishly dabble in the darker arts, blood magic, or demon summoning, thus becoming malefic harem. And a mage's mind will ever be a doorway to spirits of the Fade, without proper instructions. This doorway remains open and unsecured. If a demon should come through this doorway and possess a mage, an abomination is created. Abominations know only madness. They cannot be reasoned with and will slaughter man, women, and child without thought. Whole cities have fallen to these creatures. Thousands have died at their hands. The Chantry and the Templars have a duty to ensure that this does not happen. If I knew a better way to deal with magic, I would seize upon it immediately. You say we should let the mages guard themselves. I tell you that this is no solution. Look at the Tevinter Imperium. Their magisters do not know restraint. Without Chantry oversight, the magisters abuse their power. Those without magic are trampled underfoot and forced to serve. Slaves are slaughtered by the hundreds to feed the magisters' hunger for power. Even some mages are not spared, for in mages as in all humans there exists a spectrum. On one end, the very powerful, on the other, those that can barely light a candle. The Empire cares only for the strongest, and those who do not compare favorably are thrown to the wolves. Imagine your children growing up in such a world. If a mage asked it of you, you would have to give him your daughter, not knowing that his plans for her might be. You could not resist him, and neither could she. Without our Templars and without the Circle, the common man would have no defense against magic. We must deny the mages certain freedoms for the common good. I wish there was another way. I tell the apprentices this is a test of their fate. This is the will of the Maker. Many understand that we do what we do for their own good. Kirkwall once lived on the edge of the Tevinter Imperium and was home to nearly 1 million slaves, stolen from elven lands or shipped from across the sea. All slaves fed the Imperium's unquenchable thirst for expansion. They worked in massive quarries and sweltering foundries that produced stone and steel for the Empire. The city's complicated past is not easy to forget, history having earmarked many corners of the stone city. A ship approaching the harbor spots the city's namesake, an imposing black wall. It is visible for miles, and carved into the cliffside are pantheons of vile guardians representing the old gods. Over the years, the Chantry has effaced many of these profane sentinels, but it will take many more years to erase them all. Also carved into the cliff is a channel that permits ships into the city's interior. Flanking the channel are two massive bronze statues, the twins of Kirkwall. The statues have practical use. Kirkwall sits next to the narrowest points of the waking sea, and a massive chain net can be erected between the statues and the lighthouse, closing off the only narrow navigable lane. This stranglehold on sea traffic is jealously guarded by the ever-changing rulers of the city, as the net trolls taxes, tolls, and extortions in from the sea.
All right. I will not.
Okay, this is a lot better combat. I am enjoying this. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I need to... landing a critical hit, okay. Which absorbs a proportion of the damage from magical attacks, okay. 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 Okay, nobody needs a potion right now.
Here we go!
How about you? Done and down. I'll go with this. How about you?
Okay, going good so far. I already have 120 backpack. Oh. Fair point. I can't save right now. I just got in combat. Oh, fuck, I didn't see my life.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Granted, I wasn't paying as much attention as I should have. To my life bar, at least. Are you going to heal? Why is he not taking a potion? Oh, because it's in cooldown. Can oh. Yeah. It really is. Time for... Oh, I have no conditions? Interesting.
Not where it hurts, you know.
Okay, interesting. I mean, not wrong. Also, why can I not save? Because I'm still in combat? Insufficient mana.
Quickly, before they regroup. We must press towards the wilds.
Save. Okay, so 16 and probably magic. So I am going to go healing. Because I feel like I'm gonna need healing. Oh, it's a play on word because my family name is Hawk. What is she? A warrior. That's a good stun chance. Okay.
Not going to happen.
Use a rogue of sufficient skill to open locked items or disarm traps. Lock and trap difficulties progress from simple to standard to complex to master. Defeating each of these requires 10, 20, 30 and 40 points of cunning respectively. Yeah. Back. The Korkari Wilds. It is set in the midst of the Black Age, when werewolves stalked the lands of Ferelden in numbers that kept every farmholder indoors and a hound on every doorstep. A powerful Arl of the Almari people stood and declared that he would put an end to the threat. His Arling stood on the borders of the Dark Forest on the southern border of the Ferelden Valley, and he claimed that the werewolves used the forest to launch their midnight assault on humanity. For 20 years, this Arl led an army of warriors and hounds deep into the forest. In his hunt for the werewolves, he slew not only every wolf he came upon, but also every member of the chastened wilderfolk. Any one of them, he said, could harbor a demon inside, and thus be a werewolf in disguise. For 20 years, the forest rang with screams, and the rivers ran red. The tales say that the old chastened woman found her sons all dead at the Arl's blades, She pulled one of those very blades from one son's heart and plunged it into her own chest, cursing the Arl's name as she did so. Where her blood touched the ground, a mist began to rise. It spread and spread until it was everywhere in the forest. The Arl's armies became lost, and it is said that they died there. Others say that they still wander. The ruins of this Arling stand to this day, filled with ghosts of women waiting eternally for their husbands to return. The forest of the legend is of course the Korkari Wilds. There are as many legends about the great southern forest as there are shadows, or so the saying goes. The chastened wild folk have made their home there since mankind first came to these lands, and the wilderlands spread as far to the south as anyone has ventured. Beyond the mists are vast tracts of snow, white-capped mountains, and entire fields of ice. It is a land too cold for mankind to survive, yet the chastened eke out an existence even there, and they tell of horrors beyond the wilds that the lowland folk could not begin to comprehend. To most, Ferelden simply ends with the Korkari Wilds. There is nothing beyond. The wilds is a land of great trees, wet marshes, and dangerous monsters. What more needs to be said? That seems like a good one. Troll?
Maker, give me strength.
Bethany! Here we go! Face me! I
Yeah, apparently I don't. I don't have healing. There we go. I need a lyrium potion.
Bethany, wake up. The battle's over. We're fine.
I'm sorry, mistress. Your daughter is gone.
No. These things will not take Bethany.
Oh my god. I mean, very apt. Yeah, I was also rooting for the ogre.
Bethany risked her life to save us.
I don't want a hero. I want my daughter.
My name
How could
is
you let her
Inigo
charge off
Montoya.
like that?
You killed my
Poor
father.
little girl.
Prepare
My
to die.
sweetheart.
If we stand here weeping, the Darkspawn will take the rest of us too.
Allow me to commend your daughter's soul to the Maker, mistress. Ashes we were, and ashes we become. Maker, give this young woman a place at your side. Let us take comfort in the peace she has found in eternity.
I will never forget you, Bethany.
At least Father will have company now.
Flames. We're too late.
Well, at least it's not... That's enough!
I got no healing potions anymore.
That's right, you heard me!
There's no end to them.
I don't know, I just went with my gut, but I think it's a fitting name for her. Also, wait, that's not the Archdemon? Flemeth?
Well, well. What have we here?
Is that Flemeth?
It used to be we never got visitors to the wilds.
Oh,
but now
wow.
it seems they arrive in hordes.
Yeah, apparently.
Impressive. Where'd you learn how to turn into a dragon?
Perhaps I am a dragon. If so, count yourself lucky. The smell of burning darkspawn does nothing for the appetite. If you wish to flee the darkspawn, you should know you are heading in the wrong direction.
So you're just going to leave us here?
Yeah, she did. Didn't she say she turned into a giant eagle?
And why not? I spotted a most curious sight. A mighty ogre vanquished. Who could perform such a feat? But now my curiosity is sated, and you are safe for the moment. Is that not enough?
You could show me that trick of yours. That looks useful.
I dare say it is. Such a clever tongue for a mage. Tell me, clever child, how do you intend to outrun the Blight?
We're going to Kirkwall, in the Free Marches.
Kirkwall? My, but that is quite the voyage you plan. So far, simply to flee the Darkspawn.
How far do you recommend?
Any better suggestions? I hear the deep roads are vacant now.
Oh, you I like. Hurtled into the chaos, you fight, and the world will shake before you. Is it fate or chance? I can never decide. It appears fortune smiles on us both today. I may be able to help you yet.
We could use the help.
Anything you could do for us would be appreciated.
Should we even trust her? We don't even know what she is.
I know what she is. The Witch of the Wilds.
Some call me that. Also Flemeth, Asha Belinar, an old hag who talks too much. Does it matter? I offer you this. I will get your group past the Horde in exchange for a simple delivery to a place not far out of your way. Would you do this for a Witch of the Wilds?
What do the rest think?
Should we trust her?
Wesley is injured. We'll never escape the Darkspawn.
If you need to, leave me behind.
No. I said I would drag you out if I had to, and I meant it.
Witch of the Wilds?
What is a Witch of the Wilds exactly?
A chastened legend. Witches that steal children.
Bah, as if I had nothing better to do.
Then you're an apostate.
Yes, we have so much in common.
Oh, what will we be facing?
How much trouble will this delivery be exactly?
About as much trouble as my saving your lives not 5 minutes ago.
Well, you got me there.
Good point.
If you knew my daughter, you'd know how seldom I hear that.
Why not go yourself?
You would go through all that trouble to have something delivered.
I have an appointment to keep. It is far more convenient this way. Happily, you're not without your own needs.
We could use more fire.
roast a few more Darkspawn, I'll do anything you want.
Sadly, my charity is at an end. There is a clan of Dalish elves near the city of Kirkwall. Deliver this amulet to their keeper, Marathari. Do as she asks with it, and any debt between us is paid in full. Before I take you anywhere, however, there is another matter.
No, leave him alone.
What has been done to your man is within his blood already.
You lie!
She's right, Aveline. I can feel the corruption inside me.
What corruption?
What are you talking about?
From the Darkspawn. All that blood. I knew when it happened.
And how much time before you?
Not long now, if I am any judge.
That sounds bad.
This corruption is the permanent sort, I take it.
The only cure I know of is to become a Grey Warden.
And they all died at Ostagar.
Not all, but the last are now beyond your reach.
Aveline, listen to me.
You can't ask me this. I won't.
Please. The corruption is a slow death. I can't.
I'll do it. Put him out of his misery. It's up to you.
He's your husband, Evelyn. I can't decide his fate.
Be strong, my love.
Oh? Where are you going, Shady? Did I miss anything? Ah.
Without an end, there can be no peace. It gets no easier.
They really did a great upgrade graphic-wise.
Flemeth.
I thought that might interest you.
You expect me to believe a myth swooped out of the wild to save the champion?
Oh, come now, Seeker. Do I need to recite the tale of the Warden as well?
No. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised to hear of her involvement.
I liked my version better, too.
What else aren't you telling me, then? Did she send someone with the champion?
In a manner of speaking.
So it's true. Continue. But if you tell me they all flew to Kirkwall on a dragon...
Nothing so fanciful, I assure you. The witch kept her word, and got them to Guaran, where they took ship. They sailed north across the waking sea, lashed by terrible storms. 2 weeks they spent in that dark hold, packed in with the fearful and the desperate. And then they saw it. Kirkwall, the city of chains. Long ago it was part of the Imperium, slaves coming from far and wide to work the quarries. Now, it's a free city, but I use the word loosely. Sail through those black cliffs and you'll see what the slaves of old saw. The gallows, welcoming you. That's where their ship landed, with all the rest.
into the city.
What? That can't be.
It's true. Look at them all.
Are we really surprised? Everyone's fleeing the Blight. Just as we are.
And they would throw us all back to the wolves. Unbelievable.
It's totally believable.
I'm only surprised they let us dock.
We need to find Gamlen. Our family has always been highly regarded in Kirkwall. He can do something, I'm sure of it.
Let's hope he received your letter.
The guards seem to be reporting to that man. Perhaps we should speak to him.
Codex Flamet. You are required to do nothing, least of all believe. Ages ago, legends say Ban Gunodbar took to wife a beautiful young woman who harbored a secret talent for magic, Flamet of Highever. And for a time they lived happily, until the arrival of a young poet Osen, who captured the lady's heart with his verse. They turned to the Jason tribe for help and hid from Conobar's wrath in the wilds, until word came to them that Conobar lay dying. His last wish was to see Flamet's face one final time. The lovers returned, but it was a trap. Conobar killed Osen and imprisoned Flamet in the highest towers of the castle. In grief and rage, Flamet worked a spell to summon a spirit into this world to wreak vengeance upon her husband. Vengeance she received, but not as she planned. The spirit took possession of her, turning Flamet into an abomination. A twisted, maddened creature, she slaughtered Conobar and all his men, and fled back into the wild. For 100 years, Flamet plotted stealing men from the Jason to sire monstrous daughters. Horrific things that could kill a man with fear. These Kokari witches led an army of Jason from the wilds to strike at the Alamari tribes. They were defeated by the hero Cormac, and all the witches burned, so they say. But even now the wilders whisper that Flamet lives on in the marsh, and she and her daughter steal those men who come too near. Morrigan's mother saved the last Grey Warden from death at the top of the Tower of Ishal, but just who or what Flamet truly is a mystery. Rose's younger sister, Bethany, died during the family's flight from Lothering, leaving Rose and Bethany's twin brother Carver as the only surviving children. Like Rose, Bethany was an apostate mage in hiding from the circle since childhood. Protecting Rose and Bethany from the Templars became the defining fact of the family's life, forcing them to move frequently and live well below their means in small hamlets like Lothering. Bethany was close to her eldest sibling and idolized and envied the way Rose embraced magic, but she could never give up her resentment of being different and fear of what their future would hold. Anyway, towering over their darkspawn kin, a massive ogre and are a rare sight on the battlefield. Traditionally, they only appear during a blight, but some records claim that ogres have been spotted in the deep roads hunting alone or in small groups. At least one report by the Grey Wardens claimed that the ogre was spotted alone in the Kokari Wilds in 919 Dragon, though it was weakened and easily dispatched. I think everything is going on. It doesn't say that there were any dropped frames. Up to 100 of these creatures can accompany... Yeah, Twitch tends to do that. Can accompany a darkspawn horde at any one time during a blight, often using their great strength to burst through fortifications and to demolish the front lines of an opposing army. They use brute force to charge their enemies like bulls, slam the ground with their fists to shake enemies off their feet, and hurl giant rocks in the face of oncoming foes. Melee can be built against a giant that snatches a warrior up in one hand, crushing the life out of him, or beating him into oblivion with the other hand. The nimble can try to wriggle his way free, or an ally can attempt an array of stunning blows on an ogre to free the comrade in danger. Grey Warden lore urges caution when slaying an ogre, unless it is ensured that they have received a major wound to the head or the heart. It is possible that they are lying dormant and will regenerate to full health within a matter of minutes. During a blight, most Grey Wardens recommend burning all darkspawn to ashes, dead ogres in particular. Yep, here we go again with all the reading.
to the city.
Get back to the crowd, you lot. Trying to bully your way through won't get you into Kirkwall any faster.
But you do intend to let us in.
We have enough poor of our own in the free marches. We don't need you refugees piling up here like a middens heap.
What will happen to us?
Why aren't we being allowed into the city?
If it were up to me, I'd bar the gates and let you find somewhere else to beg. But it's not. Some of you lot might have legitimate business in the city. So Knight Commander Meredith wants us to sort you all out. Most of you are getting right back on your ships, though.
Yeah, I'll try to remember it. To the Carver's Angels. Knight Commander Meredith.
That's a Templar title. Why would a city guardsman answer to the Templars?
We don't answer to her, but she's the power in Kirkwall. Don't know what would happen if the Viscount went against something she wanted, but he's sure never taken that chance.
Then tell me who to talk
There
to.
must be someone in charge I can speak with.
Yes, always the same story. You want in, talk to Captain Ewald. I'm just here to keep you refuse from climbing the walls.
Okay.
Let us through.
Tell me, how did your family escape Lothering? Almost everyone who hadn't fled.
My older sister. If she wasn't with us, I don't think we'd be here.
But you seem quite skilled as well.
I'm not my sister.
Oh, prissy brat. Oh, I am...
Our ship is already left. How are we supposed to leave?
I am so going to hate that guy.
Do you have a ship? Something to get us out?
You seem quite capable as well, but not my sister. Oh, so many issues. Friedrich? Was that the captain I needed to talk to? Captain Ewald.
Did I not tell you to keep the rabble out of here?
There's only so much I can do, monsieur. I don't control the gallows.
Then what am I paying you for?
Oh boy. Oh, arrogant twat. Yeah, I figured. I will say, this is a better map than the previous one.
Let us through, you flaming blighter. We're not staying in this pit.
Then get back on your ship and leave. Kirkwall has no more room for refugees.
The ship's already gone. We've paid good coin to get here.
You and half of Ferelden. There's nothing I can do. The city is full.
It's a big city.
Surely there's a bit of extra room for the pretty people.
I find keeping my neck away from Knight Commander Meredith Blade far more attractive than any of you. We've been letting you Fereldans in for months. You're too late. There's no more room.
But we've got family here.
I've heard claims like that 1,000 times already, trust me. We'll find some ships to take you all back to Ferelden, eventually. Until then, you stay here.
Who decided this?
Surely there's someone higher up that we could persuade.
The city's been closed by order of the Viscount and Knight Commander Meredith, whose fortress you're standing in. But as far as you're concerned, I'm in charge.
When you're ready, we left.
If you find our uncle, Gamlen Amel, you might just have a few less refugees bothering you.
Gamlen? I know that name.
He's a nobleman here in the city. Our family has an estate.
A nobleman? The only Gamlen I know is a weasel who couldn't rub two coppers together. He comes back, I'll bring you to him. But I don't have time to...
What? You gonna let them through?
I didn't say anything about it.
We've been here for 4 days. They just got here.
That's it. We're carving our way out of here. Men?
To up! How about you?
Unbelievable.
Captain, are you all right?
I am, no thanks to you. Where is everyone? Go find them. I want this kept under control. You have my thanks. Look, I can't get you into the city. It's not my decision. But I'll find your uncle and bring him here.
You know, that's very fair. But I kind of like it.
It's
I
been
like this
3
game so
days.
far.
This waiting has to end.
I'm sure it won't be much longer. Gamlen must still be looking for us.
And if he's not?
Don't look now, but I think that's our man.
He doesn't look like a noble.
Leandra. Damn, girl. The years haven't been kind to you.
Gamlen.
Let me say up front, I wasn't expecting this. The Blight, your husband, dead. I'd figured you'd pretty much be Ferelden for life.
Oh, Gamlen. We came too late. My darling Bethany didn't make it. I'm dressed to guide her.
Oh, make her save me. Leandra, don't drop this on me here. I don't even know if I can help you get in.
What about Mother? What if I ask nicely?
Would it help if I said you were my favorite uncle?
It'd make me feel better, but that's about it. I was hoping to grease some palms, but the Knight Commander's been cracking down. We're gonna need more grease.
But what about the estate? Surely Father left something when he died?
Right, about the estate. It's, gone. To settle a debt. I've been meaning to write you.
Then there's no hope.
Not quite. I know some people who might help. If you're not too delicate about the company you keep.
So there's no family
Mother
fortune?
said our family was wealthy. You really can't help us.
I am blighted helping. I've got 2 offers of work from people who've got the coin to open those gates.
I still can't believe you sold the estate. Gamlen, how could you?
Well, I didn't expect your blasted family to show up on my doorstep. I've got a nice place in Lowtown. You'll see, it'll all work out.
Well, we can't stay here.
We don't have any choice, do we? I need to get my family into Kirkwall.
I talked to my contacts, and I found some people who might be willing to pay your way into the city. The catch is, you and your brother will have to work off the debt. For a year.
A year?
It's the best I could do. Trust me when I say a bunch of refugees won't get a better option anywhere else.
So, what's a year?
I'm sure we'll be free and clear before we know it.
I managed to convince my contacts to come to the gallows to meet you personally. Mirren heads up the mercenary company, the Red Iron. They're looking for recruits. Fenrir, I guess you might call her a smuggler. Either one of them can help you. All you need to do is find them in the courtyard and convince them you're worth the trouble.
Carver?
What do you think about this, Carver?
What can I say? Better here than nowhere.
Tell me about this mercenary.
What kind of man is this Mirren?
He's a hired sword. What do you expect him to be like? I wouldn't bring him home for dinner or anything, but he's got a decent reputation. I wouldn't have asked him if I thought he'd cross you.
Tell me about the smuggler.
How dangerous is this smuggler's work?
Well, it won't be pretty working for her. She's a pretty small fish compared to some of the other thieves' guilds around here. But she's tough, she's fair, and she never deals in slaves or flesh.
I'll go talk to them.
Let's find them and see what they have to say.
Oh, Gamlen, I don't know about this.
It's a lot of coin, Leandra. Don't go expecting our name to carry the kind of weight it used to.
And what of me? I will not allow others to incur debts on my behalf.
Can't see that it makes a difference. You look like a lady who can pull her own weight.
Then you'll come with us.
I have no real option. Thank you.
Yeah, I know which tank I'm gonna keep and which tank I'm kicking out. Cough, cough. Careful.
I've already told you, I can't give you any more for them.
But that was everything we have. It's all we brought with us.
And I feel for you, Sarah, but it's the best I can do.
If they just let us into the city, I could get 3 times that price.
No worries.
Your business is done.
But...
Now then, what can I do for you, Sarah?
What kind of shop is this?
I didn't think there'd be any stores here in the fortress.
There are many merchants who come here right now who can't afford the bribes to enter the city. So the Templars suggested having someone set up shop, temporarily. And I am the lucky man.
I want to keep him alive, but I don't necessarily want him to be part of the party. I don't know if I get the privilege to choose the party, though. Lucky indeed.
You mean you paid your own bribes to be here?
If they allowed everyone to set up shop, this place would turn into a bazaar. Sadly, there's only so much I can do for those Fereldans. Poor sods.
I'm sure you're very broken up over it.
I meant you. Folks like yourself.
Sure. Did you cheat that woman?
She didn't seem very happy with the deal you made.
What am I supposed to do? Buy every piece of furniture these people dragged with them?
You mean people like us?
Of course. My apologies. My point is that I'm running a business, not a charitable order. I'm sorry.
I imagine the profits help with the guilt.
I don't need anything.
As you wish, Sarah.
Are you a Fenrir?
You must be Gamlen's niece. Interesting. I don't know what he told you about us, but he certainly told us a great deal about you.
How much exactly?
Enough to pique our interest, provided you can justify your uncle's confidence.
How do you know, Gamlen?
How did you get to be one of my uncle's contacts?
Is that what he calls me? He owes us after that last big idea. If you turn out, though, we'll consider things even.
So you're a smuggler?
I'd like to know more about what we'd be doing for you.
I can be honest. We don't compete with the Thieves Guild, but we keep our fingers in a lot of pots. That said, we're not killers or slavers. Anything short of that, however, is fair game.
Do what you want, but this sounds fishy to me.
Begging and taking your pick never went hand in hand.
You're offering a lot for us?
I hear getting us into the city isn't cheap.
If you're as good as your uncle claims, we're hoping you'll be worth it. After all, it's not every day we're offered an apostate's services.
Oh, you know I'm a mage.
I didn't realize Gamlen had told you that much.
The Templars in Kirkwall like to think they have all mages properly leashed, but when has that ever been true? We can keep them from taking notice while you're with us. Wouldn't be the first time.
I'm actually interested in joining the...
Tell me what you need done.
There's a merchant named Cavril, friend of the Templars, so they let him set up his little shop here in the Gallows. We supplied him in return for a piece of the take, but now he won't pay up. We can't go near him without him screaming for the guard, but you can. Get our money from him and you're in.
Okay. Let's start by saving. Also, I knew I heard that, like, speaking like Sarah before, but I couldn't place it. Thank you, Teets, for saying it's Morrowind. So, save.
Greetings once again, Sarah. Have you come to trade?
I believe you owe your business partners something.
Oh, I see.
Should I go tell the guards?
Not just yet. I want to hear this. So, Ethenril sent you to collect, did she? Too cowardly to do it herself.
We're all friends here, no?
This has all just been a misunderstanding, hasn't it?
You think so?
I do. Don't you think business partners deserve a return on their investment?
Enough, enough. I'm tired of fighting over this. Here, take the key for the chest. That should be enough to pay that witch. Now I'm getting out of here. Let those guards find someone else to buy Dogland junk.
To be fair, so fishy. This wasn't all that fishy. It's not that bad of a mission.
You could have given us something more challenging.
Will you look at that? Tell your uncle we'll make the arrangements. Welcome aboard.
Any luck?
Was there ever any doubt?
I'll speak to Athenril and see when the bribes can be made. Wait here.
I guess we did it. We're here to stay, at least for a while.
Let's not do that again.
No more running for our lives unless we really have to.
If only Bethany were here with us.
And Wesley.
Well, we're off to a fantastic start. Let's see what else this city has in store.
Alright, see you, Vic. Take care.
Thus began the champion's first year in Kirkwall. Word arrived from across the sea that the hero of Ferelden had defeated the Blight. But Lothering was destroyed. Kirkwall was the champion's home now. So she remained, paying off her debt. Made a name for herself in the underworld. It was a busy year in the city. That's when the Qunari landed. A great storm had caught their ship and left hundreds of warriors stranded in the city, waiting to return home. That's also when the trouble began with the mages. The Templars had become very powerful under Knight Commander Meredith. But, most importantly, that's when I first met the champion.
I will say, I am really enjoying this game. It really is a good upgrade from the first game, so far.
No! Andraste's tits, human. You know how many people want to hire onto this expedition?
Look, we know you're going into the deep roads. You'll need to hire the best, and we're...
No! You're too late. Already done.
The money from this trip could fix everything. You need us. We fought Darkspawn.
Look, Precious. I don't care if you tore the horns off an ogre with your bare hands.
You make him understand. We're running from your bloody Templars.
Alright, let's settle down.
My brother has a point. It's on his head, but it's still valid.
Oh, thanks for that.
So, what about it, Bertrand? We're just what you need.
You're looking for a quick way out of the slums, right? You and every other Ferelden in this dump. Find another meal ticket.
Well, back to waiting for someone to turn us in.
You're no mage. Why worry?
You can relax. After all, the Templars dogging us are mine.
Did I sound that bad? Maker, I'm turning into Gamlen. Gamlen? He's got a head for this garbage. Maybe he can talk to Bertrand. He knows some people. After last week, we need all the coin and influence we can get.
Risky, but it's worth checking.
You catch more flies with honey. But Gamlen's bullshit could work too.
Well, he did get us into the city, right? What else can we do? We're losing ground, and I don't fancy waking up in the gallows.
Hey!
I knew a guy once who could take every coin out of your pockets just by smiling at you. But you don't have the style to work Hightown, let alone the Merchants Guild. You might want to find yourself a new line of work. Off you go. How do you do? Varric Tethras, at your service. I apologize for Bertrand. He wouldn't know an opportunity if it hit him square in the jaw.
But you would.
I would. What my brother doesn't realize is that we need someone like you. He would never admit it either. He's too proud. I, however, am quite practical.
Fair. Are you in the expedition?
You're part of Bartran's venture.
That's right. The deep roads wouldn't normally be my thing, but I can't allow the head of our family to go down there alone. So as you might imagine, I have more than a passing interest in this expedition's success.
You know who we are?
What makes you so certain we can help? You know nothing about us.
Oh, on the contrary. You've made quite the name for yourself over the last year. The Coterie has been squeezing smugglers out left and right, and the only group to survive owes it all to you two. The name Hawk is on many lips these days. Not bad for a Ferelden fresh off the boat.
And what about Carver?
You must have heard of my brother as well, then.
A little, yes. But it is you they speak most of, Monsieur.
That figures.
Your brother is certainly welcome to join us by all means, but I'll leave that in your hands.
Oh, I'm going. Without this expedition, we won't last out the year.
How do we reason with him?
There must be some way to persuade your brother to hire us on.
We don't need another hireling. We need a partner. The truth is, Bartran's been tearing his beard out trying to fund this on his own, but he can't do it. Invest in the expedition. 50 sovereigns and he can't refuse. Not with me there to vouch for you.
That's your big plan?
I hope there's more to this. Like how I'm supposed to get that much coin together.
You need to think big. There's only a brief window after a blight when the deep roads won't be crawling with darkspawn. The treasure you find down there could set you and your family up for life.
Come on. The dwarf makes some sense. No offense. Look, you started this, and it's a good idea. Certainly better than ending up in the gallows.
We work together, you and I, and before you know it, you'll have all the capital you need. What do you say?
Why not?
It's not like I had anything better planned.
Perfect. Kirkwall's crawling with work. You set aside some coin from every job and you'll have the money in no time.
Sure, easy. But maybe Aveline's got some bounties out. She joined the city guard, right?
We should talk privately when you get the chance. In the Hanged Man, maybe. I'll be there when I'm not with you. Now, let's go see what trouble we can stir up. Keep a hand on your coin, Hawk. There are more cut purses in Hightown than in the rest of the...
Okay. I assume he's a rogue? He's a rogue, so I got somebody to actually open chests.
City combined.
However... One moment. Let me first level up. Scoundrel. Stealth, evade. Ambush. Subtlety. The problem is, I'm not finding any of the abilities like Coercion and, in this case, lockpicking, but lockpicking is tied to cunning, so I know that much. That's actually a good one. I'm going to save it, and I'm going to take a break. So I will be back in 10-15 minutes. See you all in a moment. And we are back and ready to continue. But we're going to start off with more reading. Carver Hawk. 100 ways to run, and we choose backwards. Whatever you say, but chasing an old name isn't really starting over. Strong and strapping, Carver is a skilled warrior set on proving himself, although it's not always clear who he is trying to impress. The son and sibling of mages, he grew up surrounded by magic he couldn't truly understand, and he feels like something was expected that he could never deliver. He cares deeply for his family, but sometimes feels like the stupidest person in the room. Not wrong. Carver foundered in loitering. He blamed his lack of direction on not wanting to draw attention to his families of apostates at home. After his father died, he started down a military path. However, the blight and the rout at Ostagar ended this career almost before it could start. While he knows that swift flight was the only reasonable course in the face of the Darkspawn advance, he almost would rather have stood and fought. Doomed though his effort was, facing the Horde had purpose, something Carver had been searching for. Bertrand Tetris. Half of Kirkwall Wall wants to be my friend right now. The history of Noble House Tetris stretches back to the foundation of Ozamar. The memories say that 3 times a child of House Tetris took to office of Assembly Steward. They held appointments in the Shaperate of Memories and the Shaperate of Golems, but no longer. In the 2nd year of the reign of King Andurin Eduken, Lord Andvar Tetris was found guilty before the Assembly of willfully manipulating proving matches in favor of his house. For this affront to the ancestors, he and all his house were sentenced to exile on the service. Andvar died a mere 5 years later, leaving behind his lady Ilsa, 10-year-old Bertrand, and 2-year-old Varric. Exile, surface life, and loss of her husband conspired against Lady Ilsa, who took to drink, leaving young Bertrand to manage what was left of House Tetris. By the time he was 15, Bertrand had doubled his family's fortune. The disgrace of House Tetris fueled his ambition, and his once noble title gave him an instant place among the canals, the old money elite of the Dwarven merchant guilds. He used to build alliances and business ventures as if he was a member of the Ozamar Assembly. By the time Lady Ilsa died, Bertrand had made the Tetris family one of the guild's most influential. But wealth and power on the surface couldn't sate him. He began to court alliances with the wealthiest ascendant families, branching into banking and mercenary companies. The guild members muttered that nothing will satisfy Bertrand but a complete reconstruction of how Tetris' estate in Ozamar, down to the rivers of lava built in Kirkwall. The Hero of Ferelden. The Hero of Ferelden belonged to the Circle of Magi in Ferelden, and resided in the tower at Lake Kellenhead for most of his life. First encounter Irvin recommended the hero to the Grey Warden Commander Duncan. Shortly after the hero's harrowing, Duncan recruited him into the Order. The hero fought and killed the Archdemon, and lived to tell the tale. With the Archdemon gone, the Darkspawn ranks broke, and the Horde was easily routed. After ending of Blight, the hero of Ferelden took up the mantle of Warden Commander, and began the task of rebuilding the Order in Ferelden. Varric Tetris. I know everyone in this city worth knowing. Varric was born 3 years after his father's exile from Ozamar into the world of the Merchants Guild. The ancestors never spoke, and paragons were the heroes in tall tales. The number of dances a Kalna lady gave to the low-born ascendant boy were more pivotal than the reign of kings. While Bertrand ran the business and drove House Tetris ever higher up the social ladder, Varric looked after the family and their retainers. His mother, Lady Ilsa, suffered terribly from the trauma of her disgrace and exile, finding solace in liquor and smoke. It fell to her younger son to try to curb the worst of her drunken rages, to keep her from becoming a matter of public scandal, and to take care of her when she fell ill from the excesses. Though he is famous throughout the Merchants Guilds for his stories, Varric speaks rarely of himself or his family. Most of Kirkwall knows him. Everyone has bought him a drink at least once, for the sake of his fictions, rather than his family connections. The Coterie. Kirkwall is built on a solid foundation of greed and human suffering, and its underworld is a place where everything is for sale and everyone is fair game. There are many criminal empires within the city, some of which have been around since the Imperium used Kirkwall as a hub in the slave trade. Alliances, spying, manipulation, betrayal, and open warfare is all commonplace in the never-ending struggle for power. The Coterie is a thieves' guild that has been around for almost a century, but until recently was never a major player in the underworld. Some 20 years ago, the strongest of the local criminal empires was an ancient guild known as the Sabraton, but its leader was betrayed from within, and during the turmoil the Coterie made a successful grab for power. Since then, they've sunk their claws into almost every level of Kirkwall, including the city guard, the Dwarven Merchant Guild, and some of the most influential citizens in the city. It's safe to say that the Coterie gets a slice of every pie, and very little goes on in Kirkwall that escapes their notice. Long way home. Gamlen's home in Lowtown. Eveline may have information about working with the city guard. Talk to her at the barracks in the Viscount's Keep. Find a way to become a partner. Okay, so bring 50 sovereigns. Okay. A new home. Go to Gamlen Homes in Lowtown. Worthy. Sebastian. Blooming Rose. The Chantry. Livaria.
You know, Junior, it's eerie how much resemblance there is between you two.
She's my sister. Of course there's a resemblance.
Oh, you thought I meant Hawk. I was talking about Gamlen.
Maker, I hate you, dwarf.
I hope they do something about those Canaries soon.
Well, I guess I might as well accept these 2 missions here while I'm at it.
Hawk, long time no see, my friend.
Well, if it isn't Worthy, the dwarf with the incredibly ironic name.
I only advertise the truth. You aren't still working for Athenril, are you? Your year must be up by now.
Oh, nosy, aren't you?
Still trying to ferret out everyone's business, I see.
Of course. How else do you expect a dwarf to make a living? I'll tell you what. I still have my old contacts. You need some rune crafting done, I can arrange it for you. Take care, Hawk. Don't get dead.
Ooh. That's not bad. Oh, well, let's see what this other mission is.
Kirkwall is so dull.
About as dull as the way you sound, my friend.
Have you seen a dog?
Sebastian! Stop this madness. The Chantry cannot condone revenge, Sebastian.
It is my right, my duty, to show these assassins there is nowhere in the Free Marches to hide.
This is murder.
No. What happened to my family was murder.
Oh. A grave crime was committed against all free-thinking men and women in the Free Marches. The ruling Vale family in Starkhaven, my family, was brutally murdered down to the youngest babe in arms. There has been a murder. This massacre was carried out by a member of the Flint Mercenary Company. I hereby offer a bounty on the head of each Flint Company soldier in the Kirkwall vicinity. Got a nuke. Oh. Oh. Okay. Great.
And Andraste did say, those who harm a house of the Maker have done harm unto the Maker.
Hightown, Red Lantern, Viscount, Chantry.
Himself.
I don't know, Teets. I don't think there's a reason to be so sour, though.
First the haberdasher, then the grocer.
You might be right, but I do not know the difference.
The Chantry is open to all. Come, rest your heart and hear the words.
Long, long John. Hi Shady, welcome back. You haven't missed a lot.
I thought the refugees were keeping to London.
Yes, she does. I found it in a crate. I think it was rather a crate find.
Monsieur, please stop kicking the wall. Who are you to talk to me like that, you bloody peasant?
The guard who'll throw you out if you kick that wall one more time.
Hierarchy of the circle. Yep, apparently so. It is no simple matter, safeguarding ordinary men from mages and mages from themselves. Each circle tower must have some measure of self-government, for it is ever the Maker's will that men be given the power to take responsibility for our own actions, to sin and fail, as well as to achieve the higher grace and glory on our own strength. You, who will be tasked with the protection of the circle, must be aware of its workings. The first enchanter is the heart of any tower. He will determine the course his circle will take. He will choose which apprentices may be tested and made full mages, and you will work most closely with him. Assisting the first enchanter will be the senior enchanters, a small council of the most trusted and experienced magi in the tower. From this group, the next first enchanter is always chosen. Beneath the council are the enchanters. These are the teachers and mentors of the tower, and you must get to know them in order to keep your finger on the pulse of the circle, for the enchanters will always know what is happening among the children. All those who have passed their harrowing but have not taken apprentices are mages. This is where most trouble in the circle lies, in the idleness and inexperience of youth. The untested apprentices are the most numerous denizens of any tower, but they more often pose threats to themselves due to their lacking of training than to anyone else.
Good luck getting in. I've been waiting all day. How much longer do I have to wait?
5 days, Sarah.
Is that the mission I took? No, it isn't. But since I'm here, I might as well talk to her.
I don't think I can do that.
The Kirkwall City Guard. It is with pride that I, your Viscount, grant the authority of law and civil enforcement upon the guardsmen of an independent Kirkwall. No more will we defer to the will of foreign troops or draw a holy order into tasks unbefitting their mandate. These proud men and women will be the people and will enforce the laws we have elected for a civil and ordered society. And should the specter of invasion return, the noble guardsmen will conscript from the population, for who better to amass the people's will than the constable of law charged with its inspection. This is a great day, fair Kirkwall, and I am honored to have appointed the first guard captain. Long may he serve the free will of the people. Might as well talk to her now that I'm here.
Aveline! Hello, Hawk.
That's it?
What? Oh, right. Sorry. It feels like we just talked. I've been keeping an eye on you. Information is one of the few perks of this job. Watch out for Bartrand. He's a son of a bitch.
You were spying on me again?
You know I don't like it when you have people watch me.
Saved me camping on your doorstep. After what we went through to get here, well, you're no child, but I take care of my friends. The places they have me patrolling, I've got time.
Eavesdrop anything useful?
A person in your position. Seems like they might learn some profitable things.
You know better than to ask that.
One day you'll be frustrated enough to go for it.
It's like I'm sitting on my hands. There are dangerous people in this city. In fact, I might have a job for you. Let me know if you want to do a favor for Kirkwall. Otherwise, I'm here if you need me. Maker knows I could use more satisfying work.
Are you happy here?
Seems like Kirkwall suits you.
It has been a challenge. Lots of opportunity, if you're the type the locals want.
Are you?
If you argue enough, you kind of convince yourself.
Do you miss Wesley?
It's been a year settling in. Are you all right?
You don't need to coddle me. I am where I am. How close I hold my memories is my own business.
Do you miss being a soldier?
This must be a very different pace from serving King Kalen.
I love that life, but there's a new king for a new Ferelden. Seems cocksure, but I guess he was there when the Archdemon fell. Can't fault an active hand. It's just one more change, though. The real end for me was Ostagar. What about you, Carver? You were there. Do you feel something similar?
No.
All right, then. Bit of a tit, your brother.
You're not wrong.
The Blight is over. You could go back to Lothering.
That wasn't home for me. It was just where the Horde pressed us. It wasn't the first village I saw fall. But you don't get used to people losing everything.
It was sad to leave that way.
It's not how I wanted to say goodbye. I'll say that.
You can't go home again. That's supposed to be about maturity. It's not the same if you don't have the option.
What's the job?
All right, Aveline. You have something worth doing?
My patrols may be empty walks in the dark, but there's something big coming up, and I could use you. An ambush, probably for a caravan, although I can't find any shipments that match up. Doesn't matter though. Highwaymen waiting for someone to rob. I'm putting a stop to it, my district or not.
I'm with you.
All right, Aveline. I'll play guard for you.
I knew I could count on you. They're hidden up Sundermount, remote and rough, but we can make good time with a shortcut this side. And no, you can't run off and do it without me. I trust you, but I have to be there. You're acting on behalf of the Guard.
Okay, so we've got a tank. More constitution. Yes. Yes, deeds we do. I'm a tank, 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 I'm a tank.
You're in my light. Do I come to where you work and stand in your right.
Oh, fuck off. Chantry hierarchy. The Divine is the titular head of the Chantry, although since the Schism split the Imperial Chantry into its own faction, there are now in fact two Divines at any one time. One Divine, informally called the White Divine, is a woman housed in the Grand Cathedral in Val Royeaux. The other, known as the Black Divine, is a man housed in the Argent Spire in Minrod House. Neither Divines recognize the existence of the other, and the informal names are considered sacrilegious. No matter the gender, a Divine is addressed as Most Holy or Your Perfection. Beneath the rank of the Divine is the Grand Cleric. Each Grand Cleric presides over numerous chantries and represents the highest religious authority for their region. They travel to Val Royeaux when the College of Clerics convenes, but otherwise remain where they are assigned. All Grand Clerics are addressed as Your Grace. Beneath the Grand Cleric is the Mother, or, in the Imperial Chantry, the Father. If a Mother is in charge of a particular chantry, Revered is appended to her title. These are the priests responsible for administering to the spiritual well-being of their flock. A Mother or Revered Mother is addressed as Your Reverence. Brothers and sisters form the ranks and file of the chantry and consist of three main groups: Affirmed, Initiates, and Clerics. Affirmed are the lay brethren of the chantry, those regular folks who have turned to the chantry for succor. Often they are people who have led a difficult or irreligious life and have chosen to go in seclusion, or even orphaned and similar unfortunates who were raised into the chantry life. The Affirmed take care of the chantry and are in turn afforded a life of quiet contemplation. No questions asked. Only those folk who take the vows become initiates. These are men and women in training, whether in academic knowledge or the martial skills of a warrior. All initiates receive an academic education, although only those who seek to become Templars learn how to fight in addition. Clerics are the true academics of the chantry, those men and women who have dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge. They are often found in the chantry archives, sages presiding over libraries of books and arcane knowledge. The most senior of these clerics, placed in charge of such archives, are given the title Elder, although such rank is still beneath that of a Mother. All other brothers and sisters are addressed simply by noting their title before their name, such as Brother Gentivi.
How much longer do I have to wait? Good luck getting in. I've been waiting all day. Good luck getting in. I've been waiting all day.
You're looking well, Sirrah.
The Lomarin Accords. 50 years. That's how long it took the Imperium to drive out the Kunari occupation. But the rest of the northern Tethys was not so lucky. Both divines, white and black, declared exalted marches, and for the only time since the schism of the Chantry, they worked together. A century-long siege resulted with the giant Kunari entrenched in Antiva and Ravane, and all of Tethys throwing armies against them. The war drained the resources of every nation in Tethys, leaving most on the brink of collapse. For the giants, it did not appear to be the damage to their armada or the loss of their soldiers, but the terrible toll upon the Ravani population that prompted their retreat. When the third new exalted march had all but massacred the people of Kontar, without even chipping the Kunari occupying force, the giants finally withdrew. The treaty that put an official end to the Kunari wars was signed on the politically neutral islands of Lomarin off to the southern coast of Ravane. 150 years after their assault on the mainland began, the Kunari left our shores. They received the northern archipelago in exchange for cessation of hostilities against all the nations on the accord. Only Tevinter refused to sign, and so the war continues to rage in the Imperium to the present day. It's worth noting, however, that the Kingdom of the Ravane immediately violated the treaty. Twice. Once when the humans of Northern Ravane, nearly all practitioners of the Kun, and therefore by definition Kunari, refused to leave their homes and go in exile to the islands, and again when the Ravane Chantry and the nationalist forces, unable to convert its people back to the worship of the Maker, tried a purge by the sword, slaughtering countless unarmed people and burying them in mass graves. It's a fortunate mystery that the leaders of Kontar did not alert their allies in the Northern Passage, or would still be fighting the giants now. Lots of lore again.
The office of the Viscount is not open to the public, especially recent arrivals not actually part of the public.
A rare collection between humans and elves vintners. The result is a taste that has been called appropriately tense, occasionally requested in Lowtown Bazaar, though elves rarely do so openly.
That's not really my thing.
Oh, really? I don't have enough. I probably don't have enough. Let's sigh. I'll have to wait. The Enigma of Kirkwall. The Viscount is suspicious, but the bribe was sufficient. To gain access to the restricted section of the archives, the money would have been better spent elsewhere, the archives being almost devoid of Imperium-era records. When the slaves revolted, they hunted magisters and burned the city, at least the parts that could be burned. One account says that the streets were littered with piles of scrolls and books set aflame. Is our quest futile? Did the slaves destroy the answers? As Mayfaret armies toppled the Imperium, they sent 3 magisters and their legions here. They never arrived, but why march here of all places? What were they coming for here? Welcome back, Shady. I am not cunning enough to pick locks yet.
How much longer do I have to wait?
That corner looks dusty. I'm embarrassed.
The Viscount must be terribly busy. I've been waiting most of the day.
Hangman, Docks, Hightown, Viscount Keep. Oh, I see. Oh.
You know, Junior, you're looking at this all wrong.
Whatever it is you're about to say, I'm not interested.
I'm a professional younger brother. Trust me, the center of attention's the worst place to be. When things go wrong, and they always do, that's where all the fingers point. Look at any kingdom in Thedas. You've got people who warm thrones, and people nobody sees who do the real work.
And my sister is a queen in this scenario. Perfect.
Point, missing it. Oh well.
Yeah, Varric, I've got some advice. Don't try to talk to him. You're not gonna get through his thick skull.
My. If it isn't Hawk. Still up to old tricks, Elegant? Lady Elegant, if you don't mind. I'm a married woman now. Last time we met, you were still in Athenral's employ. Things have been going well since then?
No complaints.
Could be better. Could be worse. I often feel the same way. You may recall I sometimes provided potions for Athenral. I'd be willing to extend you the same courtesy if you like. All I ask is you inform me of any interesting reagents you find. In exchange, I'll approach my contacts on your behalf. And of course you'll need the appropriate recipes, such as this one. Free, for old time's sake.
Okay. I don't have any resources yet.
You should meet my husband, Hawk. Perhaps an evening out sometime.
Guys? Why is there a shadow here? Oh my god, I'm starting to see. The shadow is from that ladder. It's poor texturing. To be fair, that is funny. Take back our streets. Ferelden refugees, Kunari soldiers. Who's next? The winter slavers snatching children out of their beds? This ends now. Send a message that Kirkwallers will not accept this. We must band together to drive foreign waste from our doorstep. Reclaim the free marches for the marchers. If you care about our future, join the Friends of Kirkwall. Reclaim our city. Kirkwall, Lowtown. Lowtown sits in a massive cauldron-shaped pit that was once Kirkwall's first quarry. The district was constructed by slaves who carved the city and harbor out of the rock. Today, Lowtown is a labyrinth of shanty towns, corridors and hexagonal courtyards, hexes in the local parlance. Lowtown's poorest live in the caves hewn out of the cliff face. The district is shoddily built and bears scars caused by collapsing walls. Foundry smoke smothers the area. Only a cold winter storm clears the air, but the icy wind howling over the mouths of the old mineshafts hardly count as relief. Could they have made those sentence structures even more difficult? Ugh. Anyway. Occasionally, these dark down shafts erupt with gouts of foul air known as choke damp. It's not uncommon to find whole slums silently suffocated, frozen in the midst of everyday activity. The walls surrounding Lowtown are highest by the harbor. Its busiest street leads up to Hightown, where the wealthiest Kirkwallers perch. With one stands in Lowtown, all one sees other than the rocky walls is Hightown. It glitters overhead, always in sight, yet always beyond reach. That's a lot of money. What is the upgrade? That improves with level up, so I might just keep that for now. Don't think it's worth buying anything yet.
I have only the finest Antivan merchandise.
Elven Vintner.
Something of yours, sir.
Maceranis. This is a rare gesture.
Gather round, all. I bring you a priceless treasure. From the highest heights of Mount Davarus is travelled. A pouch of Andraste's ashes. Verified by the scholar Genitivi. These ashes cure any ailments and provides virility in more intimate matters.
Make
Do
a
I
turn
have a
of gaze on your
volunteer?
I'll try.
Just a small pinch, Sarah. There you go.
My
This is a scam.
it's gone.
Cured by the Maker himself.
That's enough. Clear out, you charlatans. Every coin those swindlers nab goes straight to the Carter's coffers. They must be stopped.
I knew it was a scam. The castless dwarfs of Orzammar have few prospects, consigned to live in the crumbling ruin on the social and economic fringes of the mighty dwarven capital. Most resort to begging, prostitution, or crime. Just as all rivers eventually join the sea, all castless who turn to crime eventually becomes part of the Carta. The hero of Ferelden decimated the ranks of this ancient gang while rallying the dwarfs to join the battle against the archdemon Utemiel. Unable to recover the power they once had in Orzammar, they turned their attention topside, using groups of surface-dwelling dwarfs to smuggle weapons, lyrium, surface luxuries, people, and other goods between Orzammar and human lands. Despite the flow of business, its members are still desperate and violent. With no strong leader to rein in their access, they have little sense of dwarven honor and freely break their word, double-cross allies, and renege on deals. Eveline Valen. If it's family you protect, doesn't matter who it is, blood or not. Eveline was born in Orlais, but she never knew the country. Her father, Benoit Dula, was a cavalier who lost his patron to the game of intrigue. He fled to Ferelden while Eveline was infant, and though his holdings were meager, he was determined she would have the life he had lost. She would become a knight, no matter the cost. He eventually sold everything to sponsor Eveline into King Caelan's service. Knightly skill seemed bred into Eveline's bones, but she had her doubts. Starting with her namesake, Sir Eveline, the first female knight of Orlais, was orphaned, mocked for her looks, and murdered when she dared stand with men in the tournament. Her glory lies in tragedy, but the living Eveline doesn't reverse sacrifice. A principled debt is still a debt. Her father was proud of her, but she would never be the knight he wished for. Eveline married Wesley Valen while serving in the Ferelden army. They were kindred spirits and determined guardians. His death during the Blight scarred her, not just his loss, but that she failed to protect him. Eveline has healed in the past year, but she has yet to forgive herself. Accordingly, she is fiercely protective of the Hawks and Rose. They share a bond in loss, a connection she cherishes, but will now not allow to be repeated. She's alright, I kinda like her. Did I get a mission? No. Eliminate the Carter swindlers operating in Lowtown. Okay. Weaponsmith?
You want daggers? Got them too.
Yeah, she's interesting. Ooh, notched sword. Thrice bound. Okay. I sadly don't have the money. Trinket monger.
Belts, rings, amulets.
Huh. Huh. It is for me.
We sell them.
I don't have enough magic yet. Well, let's hope I level up soon.
The finest clothing from hip.
I think I'm gonna wait a little to buy stuff, except that stuff.
Will everyone please just step back? My mother's in labor. The baby's come early. Can anyone help her? I'll send word to the heathen, but
my son's hurt bad. Cart overturned on him in the blasted bone pit.
everyone in your turn. I promise we have donations coming in. There will be food and medicine for all of you.
Yes. Why not?
If you're seeking aid, leave your name with my girl. We serve everyone here. No one came from Ferelden without trouble.
Wow. Excuse you, Dusk actually paid a lot of people a lot of money. Can I help?
Is there a way I can assist these people? If you've coin to spare, we won't turn it down. Donations go in the box up front. Anything else? I just want to see your wares. Look around. We don't often get customers with actual coin to spend.
I'm gonna take that health potion. To be fair, more than anything, he cost Storm of the Century. Anyway.
A Ferelden in the guard. What will they think of next?
You have a problem with that?
Me? My family's not native either. I'm just surprised. A lot of old prejudice in the guard.
I'll give them plenty of reason to change their minds.
You know, it's possible they're just scared shitless of you. That's my theory, anyway.
You wouldn't be wrong. I kinda like this dwarf.
You hear about the Amaranthine traitors?
Who?
Some harebrained nobles in Amaranthine were conspiring against the Warden Commander. A truly stellar idea, if you know anything about him. We caught most of the conspirators, but a few fled by sea and came here. We're offering a bounty.
Yeah, I remember them as well. Is this legal?
And the city guard is all right with me killing foreign nobles?
We tried getting permission. Lots of bowing, lots of flowery phrases, and a great deal of nothing from the Viscount. I came here to do a job. So if the Viscount gets his precious feelings hurt, he can take it up with the Warden Commander.
Is Amaranthian in trouble?
Sounds like the Warden Commander could be deposed if he's not careful.
True. The Amaranthine nobles are still a trifle upset about the whole burning down of their city. But the farmers and rural nobles think the Warden Commander can do no wrong.
Tell me what I need to know.
Here's a list of names and descriptions. Anytime you end one of the bastards, let me know and I'll reward you. Better act fast though. We're looking for them too.
Hunt down the Amaranthian conspirators hidden throughout the city. They are wearing red Amaranthian finery. Okay.
Good day, citizen.
Swindler. Okay, here's
Not
the
a
swindler.
step closer. No refunds on the ashes, friend. If the Maker doesn't favor you, that's between you and him, isn't it?
Here we go!
Don't...
Ooh, I've got an outfit. Oh, critical damage, critical. It's a good armor piece, but she needs a lot of dexterity for that. And she's better with mage clothing than anything else. Yeah, she could. I assume that a lot of people here are already bright to turn a blind eye to her. Well, let's first go get a reward from those swindlers.
The thieves are gone, guardsman.
Did you say something? I didn't hear you. And clumsy me. I seem to have dropped a coin purse in your hand.
Clumsy me. Oh, that's funny.
Walk in
What?
peace.
Gremlin's house.
Hard to believe they left me nothing.
Well, Mother was pretty steamed when you ran off with your Ferelden apostate.
I'm still their daughter, their eldest.
Hi, dog.
He wasn't like this in Lothering. I think he misses the open fields.
Okay.
Come on. Let's play Fetch the Invisible Ball.
He just needs to get out more. Don't you, boy?
Gamlin like missing.
But if he's with us, who'd keep Gamlin's debt collectors away?
Take it. I'm sick of what's-his-name staring and panting.
Gamlen, honestly, a Mabari understands what you say. Try using his name.
What's wrong with dog? Real easy to remember.
No, honestly, I was going to name him Condor, but calling a dog Condor might be a little awkward, so I changed it from Condor to Connor.
Come on, boy. This is no time to play dead.
A letter from Athenril. Hawk, your year's up and you're free to go. Despite what you think, we had a good thing working together. I might pass along an opportunity or two, if you're willing to get your hands dirty. Stay safe. Greetings. You do not know who I am, but I have heard of you. I understand you might need items from my collection, as well as the means to obtain them. I do not extend this invitation to anyone, but you are not simply anyone, are you? Consider this an invitation to the Black Emporium. Enclosed are directions through the passages underneath the city, as is a charm to enter. If you give the charm to another, its permission will immediately be revoked, and the consequences will be unpleasant. To whomever likes to participate in the charitable deeds of assisting the Vale family of Starkhaven, His Most Worthy Highness Prince Sebastian Vale has provided instructions for anyone brave enough and noble enough to attempt to eradicate a rebel who dare attack his family. 3 groups of Flint Company mercenaries have been sighted in the Kirkwall vicinity. Okay.
house won't clean itself, Uncle.
Oh my god. Well, special deliveries. Oh my god. Okay. Level up. 5 points. Jesus. 2, 3. Firm. All the DLC items. Anyway. Blood Mage. Spirit Healer. Anyway. Oh my god. Hader's Razor. In Kirkwall's seedier quarters, fortunes have been built on the slave trade. This ancient dwarven blade undoubtedly commanded a high price, but Hader could clearly afford it. Who says crime doesn't pay? After averting a disaster at the Circle of Markham, Evra was given this ring by the first enchanter. Though the air of confidence is not as eye-catching as his other famous ring, it is said that Evra always wore it, even when sleeping. The exact magical properties of the air of confidence are a subject of much speculation amongst minstrels. A ruined piece of charred wood hangs from the setting of half-melted gold. Holding it over the open flame, however, reveals its power. In the flickering flame, the gold recedes into some former shape, while the wood turns brown and reveals its grain. Commissioned by an infamous Navarran dragon hunter, this armor was crafted in a time when dragons had almost been hunted to extinction. Infused with the beast's blood, the armor gained notoriety after the hunter died at the hands of men, rather than the dragons it was designed to protect him from. Written by a Ferelden refugee as she fled the Blight, this book of poems describes her dreams of a new start in Kirkwall, the city across the sea. Readers will surely be enriched by her insights. This weathered silver amulet was passed through many hands over the years. A deep blue sapphire almost glows in a certain light. Although time has faded its intricate engravings, the amulet has a certain majesty about it. This grisly belt is filled with monstrous teeth, chipped blades, scraps of fur, and armor fragments. Each piece is said to be a trophy collected by Evra during his many adventures. When Evra gained notoriety by defeating the Blood Sisters of Vendstel, he was wearing a signature ring. Although the massive size of the solid gold ring attracts attention, it served as a more practical purpose for Evra. He used it to punch demons in the face, sometimes felling them in a single blow. The core of this blade is old as the first smiths who sought a way to battle the nightmares from the lands beyond. It has fought the demonic hosts in countless battles. Sometimes it has been held high in triumphant victory. Other times it has lain broken beside its dying owner. But after every defeat, it has always been reclaimed, reforged, and made stronger. Fate here has passed through many hands. before yours. Now it is your turn to make the demons of the Fate pay for crossing the veil into the waking world. Temperatures in the frozen wastes can become perilously cold. The barbarians that live there favor boots like these to protect against frostbite. The barbarians, who are generally hospitable and friendly, often present these gifts to travelers. There are more famous swords than you could count. There are helms beyond numbering, and there are breastplates, daggers, and even mythical footwear that roll immediately off the tongue. There is storied rings, gloves, and even bags invoked around the camp's common fire. But belts? There are very few noteworthy belts. It was here that the dwarf Stolid Hammerspur decided he would make his mark. Here, he thought, between the tunic and the trousers, I will stake my claim. He was familiar with the state of the art, of course. As an artificer making a name for himself in Orzammar, he had access to the typical robust record-keeping of the forges. He knew of the drunkard's cinch and the punch paw, but there was no poetry to them, no lineage. They were parlor tricks, the domain of hawkers and pawns. He wanted a belt whose buckle gleamed with purpose. But what purpose? He worked on it from time to time, waiting for inspiration to strike. In the meantime, he needed something to keep his pants above the knee, and thought he might as well wear the damn thing. And so he did. And he did so until, after an especially memorable night at Tapster's Tavern, he managed to fall into his own forge. Shoveling out his remains, they found among the grey ashes his belt, somehow mercifully preserved. Hindsight is a belt possessed of a strange, slow intellect. Whatever would have killed the wearer does, and at that very moment the belt develops a resistance that would have saved its owner. No one knows how Tollett managed this, and at this point it would be difficult to ask him. When the belt is held in the light, just so, the latter revealed a grisly catalog etched into glistening lyrium. Tollett Hammerspur, fire. Gorget the Wizened, poison. Villarag, stabbed 43 times. Isn't that a llama with hats reference teeth being stabbed 43 times? Halayat Baronet, witches. It went on like this for many years, until it fell in your possession, your temporary possession. The irons. Fashioned from the black steel of Kirkwell's infamous iron foundries, minor safety harnesses such as this one have protected their hardy wearer since the days when the Tevinter Imperium lost claim to the City of Chains. The chilling tales of Sir Isaac of Clark are the favorites of bards performing in the wee hours of the night. In dank taverns throughout Tethys, these horror-filled stories captivate listeners and bring nightmares to those faint of heart. Evolving over the years, the crest of House Evo has become much more ornate than Paragon Evo's original design. This ancient golden amulet bears the original crest, though the engravings are simple, the stark lines are somehow deeply stirring. At the height of the summer wall, Oliver Lay was embroiled in fierce battles. Over the course of the war, dozens of contenders... Oh? What is it then? Because it feels like a reference. Oh, okay. Maybe it's from something else then. Over the course of the war, dozens of contenders for the imperial throne emerged, most long forgotten, except as footnotes in scholarly tomes. But everyone remembers the gallant Lord Emile Devereux, the Golden Prince, thought outnumbered at every turn. He wreaked victory upon victory, culminating in the Seventh Battle of Roses. While wearing the shield, he broke through his uncle's vanguard to win the day. He never knew the taste of defeat, instead meeting his end at the hands of a jealous lover in the dead of night. Ah, I see. Written by a Ferelden refugee as she fled the Blight, this book of poems describes the struggles, preserved her past to cling to her few physical mementos she brought with her into foreign lands. Readers will surely find this book enchanting. Written by a Ferelden refugee as she fled to Blight, this book of poems contains a touch reminiscing of all the things she had to leave behind. Readers will surely benefit from her experience. During the Exalted March, the Winter Imperium was in chaos. Magister Partalon and 2 high-ranking magisters were sent to Kirkwall to put down the slave uprising before it spread to the entire Empire. However, the Legion never arrived at Kirkwall. No one knows what happened to the party, Magister Partalon, or his fabled staff. Ooh, that was a lot to read. Oh, I'm not done yet. Might of the Stem. This heavy Kunar resort is exquisitely balanced. Although no nick mars the edge, the bloodstains on the leather grip suggest that it has seen its fair share of battle. These brightly painted bows are prized possessions among the Unteven pirates. A rain of arrows can clear a deck of an approaching ship and lights fires to its sails. Among the Magi, some still whisper of Khaled the Renegade. Seeking freedom from beneath the Templar's heel, he fled the Chantry with a cabal of his most loyal acolytes. They reached the mountains before the winter squalls and lived there as free men for one glorious season. The spring thaws brought a vast mercenary army, however, paid for and led by the Templar Order. Wanting to avoid bloodshed, Khaled and his acolytes surrendered peacefully and allowed themselves to be made tranquil. This faceted iron ring pulses with a mysterious energy. As the beating of your heart increases, so does the intensity of its glow. Emblazoned with the symbol of the Chantry Templars, and greatly scarred from use, this large iron shield bears an unseen weight. It has been warded against magic to better protect the Seeker who wield it in the pursuit of apostate mages. Crafting ladders. Just journeying through all this stuff. Well, the thing is, I'm actually kind of interested in the lore and the backgrounds of it. It's just a lot to read. Anyway, I like that stuff. I think I like that stuff even more, but this is probably better. Yeah, this stuff's better. Anyway. 10 health, 1 armor. Okay, fire damage, cold damage. 2 health regeneration rate, fire damage, fire resistance. Willpower, health. Attack, physical damage. 2 attributes, magic resistance. And now let's look at the belt. That's a good tank item. Okay. I'm gonna have to wait a moment to equip everyone with that. I assume this is DLC for later. I'm just gonna pick up everything first before I read. Do I have more space? Inventory's full. Great. Oh, I almost have enough inventory. I have an idea. Well, I hope you guys are sitting down and grabbing some popcorn, because I have a lot to read. And I know, I could skip through it all, but I'm actually interested. The long trek. Malcolm would never tell his wife or young children where he was from. It was a bloody tale that forever gave him nightmares. When their love was still fresh, Leandra once pressed him on the subject. All he would say is, "Freedom's price is never cheap," but that was 100 leagues and a lifetime ago. His haunted gaze still lingered on his favorite boots, and he would say, "No more." Malcolm Hawke Oh, this is from Malcolm. This is from their father. Interesting. Malcolm Hawke ranged the breadth of the free marches as he ran from the Templars who pursued him. He often posed as a mercenary, and his substantial martial skills easily secured him positions in different bands. On one assignment for the Crimson Oars, he was sent to Kirkwall, the seat of Templar power in the region. He had every intention of staying there, briefly, but fate had other plans. In Kirkwall, Malcolm met Leandra, and, despite all common sense, courted her. The few times Leandra managed to slip away from her family, Malcolm showed her a whole new world, something completely different from her cloistered existence. It was dangerous, forbidden, and she quickly fell madly in love with the dashing Malcolm Hawke. These stolen moments would end all too soon. One day, while fighting the Carta on the docks, Malcolm used magic to save the life of the Crimson Oars leader. The Kirkwall Templars were alerted, but Malcolm wouldn't flee the city without seeing his love one last time. He devised to meet her at the masked ball for the visiting Orlesian Empress. Disguised in Orlesian robes, Malcolm slipped past the Templars to dance with his love. At the end of the night, Leandra would not hear his goodbyes, and chanced at happiness rather than face her grey, prearranged future. Malcolm and Leandra ran into the night, and never looked back. Malcolm and Leandra fled across the waking sea to a new life away from the cold shadow of the gallows. It took some doing, but the vastness of Ferelden allowed them to fall beneath the notice of their Templar pursuers. They settled in a small village of Lothering, where Malcolm made every effort to ensure that his children didn't fear magic and were all insulated against those who did. Malcolm had picked up a trick or two here and there, and this deceptively simple staff shows the breadth of his knowledge. More an ongoing project than specialist's tool, it is the handiwork of someone comfortable with the life he must live, for as long as he was granted the opportunity to live it. To all appearances, he was a hedge wizard, hailing from the Frostbacks, perhaps Alamari, but from the Wildlands, if so venerable, certainly worthy of respect, but not commanding it. When he stormed into my master's feast hall and offered his service in a resounding voice, there was laughter at his audacity. Several bondsmen offered to remove the miscreant, but before they could grab him, the mage lifted his staff and the bondsman fell to the ground. Each time they stood, they slipped again, and their antics were met with laughter. Arl Tunador the Elder, who was not long for the world, demanded to know who this arrogant invader was. I am the beginning of the end. I am Lockbinder, Spellweaver, and the Keeper of Secrets, and I am here to build a kingdom. I am Aldenon the Wise, and if you haven't heard of me yet, never can you say the name again. His voice boomed, silencing all. His magic was potent, and the hall gave him a wary look. Tenedor accepted him as his advisor that day. Then, when Tenedor the Younger rose to his father's seat, he took Aldenon into service as well. I sat with the mage in many councils, and although his magecraft was greater than even the Tevinter Magisters, many believed his advice to be folly. He had little appreciation for the hard roots of our land, they said. Compassion, mercy, justice, they matter not when Terran Simeon invades your land, subverts your nobles and takes what's yours. He grew bitter and impatient with us and ours, and these sentiments were often returned. But others could see he had visions of something better than the endless petty wars of Terrans and Arls. When all Mirden besieged us, a youth named Calenhad was sent to meet the Asp, but all expected a treacherous end. Yet the boy returned to great acclaim, and announced that there would be no terms. Aldenon was taken with the foolhardy honor the boy displayed, and seemed to awaken as from a dark dream. The mage told Tenedor the Younger he would lend his aid for this battle, but after that he would serve another. Tenedor accepted, his resignation with relief more than anything. By the end of the siege of the Western Hill, all Tenedor was no more. It was Calenhad who defeated Mirden in single combat, and he became Terran Calenhad. Aldenon was named his chief advisor. Whew. As Calenhad grew into a man, one great contentious issue separated him from Aldenon, Calenhad's fate. As biteable as Calenhad was on some topics, never would he back down from matters of honor or Andraste. What Aldenon believed, only Aldenon knew, but he most certainly did not believe in the Maker. The friends' arguments grew only hotter as the years passed, but that aside, the union of Calenhad's peerless honor and Aldenon's ingenuity overcame every obstacle set before them. Rivals turned into friends. Treacheries were uncovered, and impossible battles won. But as we turned to Terran Simeon, no one rested easy. Terran Simeon's host outnumbered us many times over. He controlled the holy city of Denerim. Many great and terrible warriors had sworn him fealty. Aldenon conceived a plan to enlist strong allies, and Calenhad went into the Brazilian forest to make it so. But unbeknownst to the mage, Calenhad had made contact with the Chantry. When Calenhad returned, at the head of the Ash warriors, as Aldenon expected, so as well did Templars and Circle mages join our host. Aldenon was in a fury, such as I've never seen. He wanted a kingdom of free men, of moral people beholden to law, where a common man could tend his land safely and in peace. He lifted his staff, and his voice echoed through the hills. A civilization cannot be civil if it condones the slavery of another, and that is what this circle is. But by accident of birth, those mages would be free to live, love, and die as they choose. The circle will break, if it be 1 year, a decade, a century, or beyond. Tyrants will always fall, and the downtrodden will always strive for freedom. Then Aldenon left, and although Lady Shayna slew Simeon that day, and Calenhad ruled the United Kingdom, my liege was not the same without his mentor and friend. We live in the kingdom, built on the dreams of two great friends, and we are all lessened by Aldenon's departure. As the Chantry hold on to the kingdom grew, and Aldenon's rebel mages were claimed one by one, the great Calenhad came to regret letting the circle form in his kingdom. Certainly, he missed his old friend's counsel. And then Calenhad disappeared, leaving crown and kingdom to his unborn son. One story says he tracked down Marterel the Elusive, the only one of Aldenon's apprentices who was never captured. Calenhad managed what the Templars could not, and found the mage. He asked Marterel where Aldenon had fled to, but Marterel refused him. The next night, the king asked again, and was again refused, so he began to tell Marterel his whole life story. After a full week, the king reached the end of his tale, and Marterel heard the regret in the king's words, so the mage broke his solemn vow, and told Calenhad where his old master had gone. Calenhad thanked him, and left to find his truest friend. Whether Calenhad ever found Aldenon, what they said, and whether they made amends, only the Maker knows. But that's the last everyone ever saw of King. Although the vestments are legendary, Aldenon also weaved many subtle and potent enchantments into his cap during the years he fought against the Circle Tower of Ferelden. He claimed he could use Wisdom's eyes to even see the future. Certainly the innumerable times he and the other rebel mages escaped Templars lent some credence to the claim. When Aldenon's band numbered fewer than the fingers of one hand, he donned his hat and meditated a full day. When he awoke, he said the Maker and the Circle had won, and he bade his apprentices run. He was never heard from again. Anyway. The Longbow of Avars. We investigated the area as per your instructions. It seemed Warden Fiona is correct. It was once a dwarven fortress that one of our scouts called Kulbaraz. Regardless, it has fallen to ruin and taint now. Despite Fiona's descriptions, there were no darkspawn to be found. If they were ever present, they have since moved on, which, if you ask me, seems highly unlikely. Her tale of this darkspawn who speaks must be a product of a fevered imagination. There are no signs of a library in the fortress, nor any indication that the Grey Warden or King Merrick were there at all. One of my men did, however, find something in this section of the deep roads not far away. A longbow of a Var origin amid darkspawn corpses, the age being hard to judge considering how the creatures deteriorate. I suspect the blow belonged to Cal Ap Morgan, the warden who sacrificed himself to facilitate Fiona's escape. If so, he put up an impressive fight. We found no evidence of his body, sadly. I shall send the bow to you in Weishaupt. A curious thing, Baron. I found the axe among Kaelin's belongings, wrapped in damask cloth, and initially I thought it might be another gift from that Orlesian harlot. It was a pretty enough thing, and the markings on the blade certainly seemed imperial. I even went so far as to confront Kaelin with it. Do you know what he said? The axe was of personal importance to his father. So why wasn't it buried with the ashes, I asked? Because my mother wouldn't have approved. I wondered if he was lying, but Kaelin's terrible at it. I did some digging, and are you aware there was an elven woman seen in Merrick's company shortly before the Battle of Riverdane? There was a rumor, I understand, that they were lovers, and that she was a bard. Was Merrick being blackmailed? I wonder if this has anything to do with that mysterious bequeathment to those elven families in Orlais. Of course, I had Kellen dispose of the axe immediately. The Battle of Riverdane is among the most famous of Ferelden's history, fought at the onset of the Dragon Age in a bid to secure the country's independence from Orlesian rule. The Ferelden army was cobbled together from commoners and bonds who had turned against the Orlesian usurper, King Magrin. Even so, under the leadership of Logain MacTair, they scored an astounding victory against the large forces of Cavaliers, fording the River Dane. Afterwards, Logain was hailed as a Ferelden legend, and for the time, veterans of the battle enjoyed similar statuses. Yeah, there is. The soldiers' possession became prized mementos, in particular the suits of armor belonging to those early supporters who joined Merrick after the death of his mother Moira, the rebel queen. Folktales suggest that the Maker's blessing lives on in the armor those brave allies wore on that fateful day. Duncan became Ferelden's commander of the Grey in 910 Dragon, assuming the mantle from Commander Pollara, under whom he had served since the Order's restoration in Ferelden. Pollara, who hailed from Antiva, had built an amiable relationship with King Kaelin. She overcame many of the objections of Terran Logain, who had argued strenuously against the Order returning. After all, the Wardens had attempted to overthrow the Ferelden throne centuries before. When Pollara disappeared, perhaps recalled to Weishaupt, although none of Ferelden saw her leave, nor have seen her since, Duncan bequeathed to her son a silverite axe of great value. Duncan said he had wielded it, and a twin in younger days, back when he had been a far different man. He named the axe Fiona, after a warden who inspired him, and suggested that the son ought to take similar inspirations from his mother. It is unknown what became of Polara's son, other than that he fled Ferelden during the same blight in which Duncan perished. Arms of MacTair. Terran Logain MacTair was not born a nobleman, and it is said his family descended from freeholders in the western Banon, a region known as Oswin. His father Garrett would have had no surname of his own. He likely would have only described himself as of Oswin, or Ban Aiswin, as the region would have been known in the old tongue. The name MacTair means son of the land. It was bestowed upon Logain by King Merrick after the Battle of Riverdane. The Ferelden people considered the name highly appropriate. To them, Terran Logain was a son of the entire nation, and he was famously said to have told the crowd that Ferelden would forever be part of his blood. After Logain's betrayal of King Kaelin in Ostagar in 930 Dragon, the general became as reviled as he had once been revered. His Mansion Gwarden was looted, and many of his personal possessions stolen, among them an armor he wore at the Battle of Riverdane. That armor is said to have had special significance to the man. One peculiarity of the armor was a square of red silk pinned to one of the shoulder belts. For luck, Logain once explained. King Merrick Terran, widely regarded as the hero by the Ferelden people for liberating the country of Orlesian rule, disappeared at sea while en route to Wycombe in 925 Dragon. He was to attend the gathering of the Marcher Lords in an attempt to forge a union in the north, and when he failed to appear, the Free Marchers fell back into petty squabbling that they are infamous for. Taron Loghain spent almost 2 years searching for his lost friend, consuming much of the royal treasury and the majority of the Ferelden navy. The search was futile, and Loghain claimed that Orlais had purposefully sank King Merrick's vessel in order to prevent Marcher unity. He was called off by his daughter, Queen Honora, and the united Barnorn. It was time to mourn the king, they said. And so, in 927, a massive state funeral was held in Denerim's Chantry. To this day, rumors insist that Merrick is still alive, perhaps held in a Norwegian prison somewhere. The lasting mystique has increased the value of his personal possessions, leading to the theft of several artifacts from the royal palace. Among these was the helmet said to have been worn by young Merrick at the disastrous Battle of West Hill. The Black Fox's Jerkin. During the merriest part of the night in any tavern in the land, odds are good you'll hear one of the many tales of the Black Fox, a scoundrel and a hero. The Black Fox misadventures took him and his band throughout Tethys. He's blamed for many thefts, a few murders, a revolution, and almost a kingdom-wide civil war, but every one of his deeds were distinguished to thwart tyranny and oppression. The final tale of the Black Fox tells him of his band searching for a sunken city of the elves deep in the forest of Arlaton, where he parted with this Jerkin in a less than voluntary manner. Hood's message to the king. He wields a rebel's bow, strung tight against a heart which strained too far. It's a tension that can't last, but it doesn't have to, for the cause must be won or lost while passion still burns. It's a powerful template for revolution, repeated many times across the Free Marches, but was it born on a battlefield or in rhetoric? The message to the king is where the stories usually diverge. Sometimes it's a plea for liberty taken to tyrant's heart by the point of an arrow. More often it's carried in the clatter of sacrifice, as weapons fall to the courtyard's cobbles. It depends on the audience. The young like their victory sudden and violent, while the old prefer something more cautionary. It may be that Hood is not so much a person as a tactic, ushered to far horizons, or the grave's embrace in order to protect conspirators. After all, how many deaths can he claim when one is the typical limit for a common man? But the tales return time and again across leagues and centuries. At a certain point, one hopes the name is symbolic, because allying with such a power would bring its own problems and debts. Jarvia's Shank. When the Carta crime boss Berat fell, his lover Jarvia fought off rivals, planting his shank in each of their hearts before she emerged as the group's undisputed leader. For years, Jarvia used a mix of brutality, cunning, and blackmail to grow the Carta's power until it threatened the Diamond Quarter itself. When King Endurin Iduken died, some whispered that Jarvia planned to force the assembly to recognize the rights of the Dusters in Orzammar. Others said she planned to overthrow the nobles entirely. The truth will never be known, though. She was killed in cold blood by the hero of Ferelden. I remember that. That was a fun fight. Wasn't all that impressive, though. Foiled at every turn by the famous outlaw Lady Rosamond, the ever-persistent Taron Loghain fielded an army to chase the bandit through the Kokari wilds. Eventually, she was captured near Barchamp. Bound, gagged, and in chains, she still managed to escape on the first night using thieves' tools concealed in their gloves. To this day, there is an unclaimed bounty on her head of 1,000 sovereigns. Strangest suit I've ever made? The scale for that fool rascal. No second thought needed. A project I wanted to try out for years. Obvious, given my name, right? But I could never find a fool to wear his wealth as protection. This one, though, was daft as any surfacer, and was paying 2 coins for each that I hammered, and that buys a smile and a nod for any idiot. I guess he's something of a name in his own lands, this rascal, so I can't really question. And I did him my best, like always. Damned lyrium weave left my fingers numb, though. No sword will get through that, I guarantee, but I'll bet his children are born pale. The Archon's guards of Hessarian are vilified throughout the lands. The chant depicts their cruel treatment of Andraste as one of the reasons the Maker turned his gaze from his creation. After Hessarian converted the Andraste's teachings, he disbanded his guard and stripped them of their arms. Most of the guard's swords were destroyed, but a handful of the Archon's blades are still around. Perhaps one of the blades here drew the prophet's blood as the Archon interrogated Andraste before her execution. We're almost there. Almost. Baragran the Bold was either a hero or a traitor, depending on how you look at it. Before exile was common among the dwarfs, only the most heinous crimes warranted the dwarf being stripped of house and sent to the surface. Baragran qualified and was banished on accusation of regicide after killing a dwarven king on the Proving Sands. Baragran spat on the assembly that pronounced his sentence before strapping on his armor and leaving Gundar. Living on the surface, Baragran's incredible fighting skills, tactical knowledge and intellect built a naval empire centered in what would one day be Antiva. His more enduring legacy was teaching human smiths, engineering, and other crafters jealously guarded dwarven secrets. Cursed by dwarfs and hailed by humans, Baragran became a figure of much controversy. As complicated as his life was, the story of Baragran's armor is even more checkered. His armor was passed through many heroes' hands over the centuries. Despite the advantage it gave them, no hero using it ever survived to old age. The Edge of Night. You've never seen a lad so taken with an axe. He carried one of the old sodden things with him whenever he went. Practicing day and night, he drove his mother to distraction. He did. Even when he was fully raised into the warrior caste, he refused proper weapons. Said he had the feel of an axe, and that's all he needed. Over the years, he spent a small fortune having smiths lay enchantments on him. Oh, how others would sneer at these ancient things. Well, they did, until Baragran lopped off King Jarek's head on the sands. Sad business, that. And Gundar was the poorer for it, and I'm not just talking about the king. As one of the early rulers of contemporary Orlais, Empress Genevieve I created many of the traditions and practices of the imperial court. She employed the bravest and most skilled swordsmen to her guard. The Empress's arm, one of the main predecessors of the Chevaliers. Her guard was given a princely gift, an enchanted Tevinter blade. These blades were named for the Empress's darker side. When rivals overstepped their bounds, Genevieve was always quick to make them see her point. The Golden Prince's raiment. Tales of Emile Devereaux flourish among the Orlesian peasants. The dashing Golden Prince was a populist who raised a huge army from his common subjects by promising reform for the aging empire. Although he never won his imperial coronet, Lord Emile captured the hearts and minds of generations of Orlesian dreamers while wearing the golden armor. It is said that, as a young girl, even Empress Celeste was captivated by his stories. The Ashen Curious. Oof, that's a big one. The charge of the Ashen Warrior is a sight to behold. With hounds at their side and their fierce battle cries, the Ash Warriors have buckled the ranks of even stalwart veterans, and if the enemy line does hold, then the true test begins. Quill and ink is a poor medium to convey the sheer power of their rages. Despite the Ash Warriors' renown, several misconceptions persist. Some believe the mercenaries are predominantly Avar or chastened tribesmen. Certainly their armor invokes barbarian roots, but the men and women of the Ash Warriors are almost entirely civilized. In my travels as chronicler and surgeon, I spent several months Somebody is playing Fashion Star with the Ash Warriors, although finding anyone willing to speak of their history was difficult. The stories I gradually elicited were chilling tales of hard men. One was an arsonist who joined the Ash Warriors on the gallows, another had committed fratricide, and another dire's past I dare not recount. I joined the Ash Warriors, their crimes were forgiven. In joining the Ash Warriors, their crimes were forgiven, for it was as if they were never born. Even in legal records, their old life is erased. Contracts voided, marriages annulled, records of birth erased. In this, they are much like the Dwarven Legion of the Dead. Their new lives are dedicated to redemption and service. My first night with the band, I was startled when they asked me to sing a few verses from the Chant of Light. Grim to a man and fearsomely garbed, yet they were as eager to hear the chant as most faithful parishioner. Oh God. I felt as the first missionaries must have, surrounded by barbarians. The more I learned of the Ash Warriors, the more questions I had. They are mercenaries who demand no pay, men with no pasts, considered the king's men, yet beholden to no one. I could have traveled with them for many years, and still had mysteries to uncover. And then Valkormint swung his mighty hammer, and the blow tore the Almari Baan head clean off. He lay crumpled beneath the war leader, and Valkormint did shout, "You canine lovers! You who think you can defeat me, stand before me and my dogs. They are the dogs of war." He planted his blood-soaked hammer on the earth, and his enemies did quiver. But victory would not go to the chastened that day, for Hafthor approached and intoned, "I am Hafthor, slayer of Darkspawn, leader of the Almari. No dog, no wolf alive frightens me." And so they traded blows for 3 days and 3 nights. Bruised, bloodied, and tired he grew. It was after 1,000 blows that Hafthor's blade, Usaris, found Valkormint's heart. Then Hafthor spoke, "I banish the chastened from these plains. I have taken the greatest of your men from you and claimed his weapon as my own. If ever you rise against me or my sons, we will take more than that." And so to this very day the chastened never venture far from their wilds, and the children of Hafthor still holds our lands free. Harburg of Galgenik the Faithful. Not all of the Almari tribes flocked to Andraste, especially on the borders of the Kokari wilds. Her words found scant purchase. Decades of after her death, many Almari held true to the gods of their ancestors. Missionaries braved these hard lands only to become martyrs of the faith. And so it was until the Almari were embroiled in a bitter war for survival against the chastened Centaurs, when the leaders of the Ash Warrior, Galgenik, received a vision of Andraste. The charismatic barbarians traveled throughout Ferelden, telling his tale and unifying the fractious bonds around the word of the Maker. The Ash Warriors ever since have been fervent in their faith to the Maker. To the Ash Warriors, Galgenik's armor is a religious relic, but it was lost in the Navaran campaign of 869 Blessed. The Mountain Fathers Heft, whatever. The Frostbacks run red with barbarian blood. We found their sacred caves and claimed their most holy relics. When the soldiers came out of the mountain cave and brandished this weapon, the Avars rose up in a mighty furor. We had to put down every man, woman, and child. It was as if they'd gone rabid. Before they perished, the witch woman pronounced a curse so violent, treasonous, 3 soldiers had to be whipped to re-establish discipline. Our guide says this axe is a sacred weapon. A weapon of the gods. We plan to march further into the mountains to defeat the last of the tribes. Surely there cannot be more than 1,000 left. I have every confidence that by the next spring these barbarians will plague us no more. Then we can turn our attention fully to the chastened and the Almari. Although this axe may look rude, I assure you that it is of enormous importance to these backwards people. Consider it the first spoils of many. From the fair and deadly lady Sheena to his faithful squire Ser Tillus, much is known of the companions of Calenhad, the first king of the United Ferelden, but seldom do bards recount the tales of William Halfear and the Ash Warriors. While noble Calenhad had was trying to assemble a nation, he found himself greatly outnumbered by Terran Simeon's forces. It seemed a foregone conclusion that Calenhad would fall, but on the advice of Aldenon the Wise, Calenhad ventured deep into the Brazilian forest in search of allies. Those woods have a fearsome reputation, and after a fortnight of waiting for their liege to re-emerge, his men lost hope. And then Calenhad returned with William Helfaer by his side, and the Ash warriors behind him. Although the Ash warriors' numbers were relatively few, they turned the tide in battle of the White Valley. Helfaer and his men breached the enemy's van, allowing Calenhad and Lady Shayna to kill Terran Simeon and unite the land. Sitting at the Ash Warriors' campfire, listening to them tell of the prowess of William Helfaer, it has become clear to me that this role in the formation of our kingdom is greatly underestimated. There, I've read through everything. To be fair, it was an interesting read. Lots of interesting stories. Oh god. You must not be under the misimpression that magic is all powerful. There are limits, and not even the greatest mages may overcome them. For one, no one, for instance, has found any means of traveling, either over great distances or small ones, beyond putting one foot in front of the other. The immutable nature of the physical world prevents this, so no, you may not simply pop over to Minwood House to borrow a cup of sugar, nor may you magic the essay you forgot in your apprentice dormitory to your desk. You will simply have to be prepared. Similarly, even when you send your mind into the Fade, your body remains behind. Only once that has this barrier been overcome, and repeatedly the spell required 2/3 of the lyrium in the Tevinter Imperium, as well as the lifeblood of several hundred slaves. The results were utterly disastrous. Finally, life is finite. A truly great healer may bring someone back from the very precipice of death, when breath and heartbeat have ceased, but the spirit still clings to life. But once the spirit has fled the body, it cannot be recalled. That is no failing of your skill or power. It is simply reality. So yeah, Shady, I assume these are different DLCs to run after the game? That's a pretty good one. And improves with level up. +2 magic. I think this one's better. Whew. Okay. I have so much I need to sort through. But, what do you think of my new outfit? I decided to go with Malcolm's Honor. With Robes of the Pretender, which I think was Malcolm. I tried to equip Malcolm's stuff, because he did actually seem to have good stuff, but I forgot which one is Malcolm's stuff. Let me check. Long Trek. The Fugitive's Mantle. I think that is... Yeah. And I have his honor. So... I got his staff. I got his... Oh no, wait. The Fugitive's Mantle. That is his robes. The long trek, that is level 7. So I need to wait for that. And the helmet was... The Fugitive's Crown? Yeah. That's level 6 and I'm level 5, so 2 more levels and I have his full set equipped.
My children have been in servitude for a year. They should be nobility.
If wishes were poppy, we'd all be dreaming.
This isn't a dream?
You mean this is real? No wonder I can't wake up.
And here I thought that Ferelden you ran off with was a mage, not a jester. Your mother was supposed to marry the Comte de Launcey, and instead she ran off with some Ferelden apostate. You don't get to stay the favorite when you do that.
Where is Father's will? If I could just see for myself.
It's not here, all right? It was read, it went in the vault. No one needed to look at it again.
Tell me about our family.
I know the Amels were nobility, Mother, but not much else. Why don't you ever talk about them?
The Amels have been a noble family in Kirkwall since Garahel drove out the Fourth Blight. But we've always carried magic in our blood. It's been a stain on our lineage. No family of good standing would ever marry into a line with magic. When I chose your father, I was bringing more magic into our line, not less. I think that's what hurt my parents the most.
What exactly did the will say?
Did Grandfather mention Mother in his will at all?
Our father died when you were still in Pinafores, girl. You can hardly expect me to remember.
Oh, of course not. Why should you do something reasonable?
Why so defensive?
That touched a nerve. What's in there that you don't want us to see?
Nothing. But you won't be seeing the bloody thing. It's still locked up on the estate, and that's long out of my hands.
What daft bastard leaves that behind?
It was old news. You think I've been sitting here for 25 years waiting for Leandra to slink back?
Who bought the estate, Gamlen? Perhaps I could speak to them. Was it the Reinhardts?
No one you know. Get used to Lowtown, sister. That's where we're going to stay.
It could be. I forgot.
Maker, what a mess. I want to make things better for Mother. But some of what Gamlen says, I'm having a hard time hating him. Playing caretaker for someone else's life. Stuck in their shadow. That's no way to live.
And there it is.
Look, if you want to join the fight over who lost the most, fine. But I never lived here. Mother even gave me her old key to try and stir something. But I didn't know Grandfather. Finding his will doesn't matter to me.
We owe it to Mother to try.
She tried her best to give us what we need. I think she's due the same.
Oh, I see her side. Gamlen's definitely an arse. But it's not like we can just ask slavers to give back that life.
What have you heard?
Uncle's a chatty drunk. He was up to his neck and signed everything over. That's who has the estate. Apparently, the most extensive wine cellar in Kirkwall is now a slave highway from the Undercity. That's the family legacy.
Well, that can continue.
That sounds like an arrangement that needs to change.
And what if it does? We still aren't important enough to actually live in the place.
Baby steps, Carver.
All right, sister. If the key works, we'll clear the estate from the Undercity up. I don't know if this will help, but I do feel like hitting someone.
So I am going to quit soon-ish. But the first thing that I want to do before I quit is equip everyone. I've hit the motherlode and I want to use it. Also, this outfit looks badass. Malcolm had good fashion taste.
Repent.
So, what do you do, Aveline?
You know I'm a guard. Why are you asking?
I mean in your off-duty hours, for fun. You've heard of it, I hope.
These are my off-duty hours.
And the trend of you scaring the piss out of me continues.
I like this dwarf. What should I give him? Requires archery, archery, archery. Wait, it's crossbow. Did I give him the wrong ability? Huh. So it's not art, so it's crossbow he should keep. Also, that is interesting. Does everybody have that? Oh yeah, they do. Interesting. He doesn't have that. Anyway, so no bow for him. Did I give him a shield ability? I might have done that accidentally. Oh! Oh, those are shield abilities. No, that wasn't. Because I initially took that, not realizing this was a shield ability. I need to pay more attention. I'm a little stretched thin. Hopefully, starting the next level up, I'll pay more attention to what I'm actually leveling up. So I can't give him any of this. Yeah, I did a lot of reading. Eye of the Bearded Dragon. Oh. Bonus to lockpicking. Cunning. That's a good one. Okay. Can I switch characters from here? No. Oh, yeah, I can. Seven physical damage. I think this is better. More defense. Hi, Luna. No. No. Oh. Carver. Luna, quit it. Luna. Oh, come on. Quit it. She's active again. Come on, girl, I'm trying to work. No. Luna, stop. 8 armor, 6 magic resist, 9 health, 5 damage resist, 15 defense, 5 magic resist. I think this is the best shield I have for now. Eight physical damage, 8 spirit damage, 8 spirit damage. 15, 15, 15. Demons and undead, attack speed, magic resist. Oh, I'm not gonna sell it. Wasn't planning on it. But thanks for letting me know. Should I have keep it equipped? I'm not going to, don't worry. Nothing I can... Man, there... Is this all for Rose? I guess it is. Rose, 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 Rose. Yeah, I do. That's not a bad one. Ooh. That's a mighty sword. Okay. And with that, I am going to save it. So that next time when we jump in, we can actually start pushing the story forward. After I go selling, because I do have a lot to sell. Holy crap, I have a lot to sell. Anyway, it's a really great game. I like the way... Yeah, I'm planning on that. I like the way the game upgraded from the previous one. The combat, the animation, the graphics, everything looks more beautiful, more refined, more streamlined. I like the new mage combat as well. It is more active and more interesting to watch than just standing in the back spamming spells. I do like the balance to the combat a little more. I can see why people would complain it's a little more linear. I don't necessarily have a problem with that. It's a little different, but I'm not going to complain. But I am looking forward to this game. It looks like something I'm going to have a lot of fun playing. No clips have been made. So with that, I'm going to raid someone and call it up for today. So, let's go raid Kit Kat. Thank you. And I wish you all a pleasant evening. Stay safe out there, Wastelanders. And good luck.